Okay, well, welcome to the third day of the Ian Hacking its Philosophical Legacy Conference. This is the long kind of conference. We have 2 days online, and um, we initially kind of planned this out as a little workshop based on last year, but we had a very high number of submissions, so this was a very, in fact, competitive conference for especially for the virtual part. So I think we have a very promising lineup of papers. And so without further ado, I'm just going to introduce our first speaker, Henrik Røed Sherling from University of Cambridge. And yeah, this is a very international kind of conference. We're going to have speakers from, I think, 8 countries, 4 continents. So I'm looking forward to this. I'll just turn it over to you, Henrik, and go ahead.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so the slides are visible and working and everything. Yeah. Good. All right. So this is sort of part of my PhD thesis, which is about looping effects in mental disorders, and it has sort of arisen from this feeling that looping effects are given short shrift because only half of the loop is talked about. So I'm going to argue that looping effects are content dependent today. And I'm going to start by talking about the two different phases of the looping effect, which are pretty well established in the literature. And then I'm going to focus on the feedback part, the feedback phase for the rest of this talk. And I'm going to consider 3 accounts of feedback. The first 2 I call lenient and strict. And the one that I'm going to propose is sort of a moderate version, which I call the content dependent account of feedback. And then I'm going to, if I have time, go over some of the implications of this view. Okay. So to begin with, we probably all know the examples that hacking has used for the looping effect. I'm going to focus almost exclusively on his examples here. The most common one is the multiple personality example, where psychiatrists begin to diagnose multiple personality, and this becomes a sensation. It spreads in the media. More and more people manifest the symptoms of multiple personality. And soon enough, they begin to change those symptoms. They come with more and more bizarre symptoms, more and more personalities. In the beginning, it's 2 or 3 on average. Later, it's 17. And then hacking describes this second change, which happens when psychiatrists observe this change from 3 on average to 17 on average. And they plug that back into their classifications, into their understanding of the looping effect. Okay, so in sort of a rare moment of definitional clarity, hacking has this definition of the looping effect in terms of these 2 phases that I'll be talking about. This is in a 2001 paper about degeneracy and criminality, where he says that a looping effect is composed by first an effect on persons classified by a kind K with associated law-like regularities L, which is caused simply by the classification and the knowledge of the classification. This is what I'm going to call the reactive phase of the looping effect, where the concept sort of spreads in the population, enters the minds of the people who have multiple personality, and then changes those minds in some way or another. And in a way, particularly that's relevant to that concept. That's important. Okay. And then there's the second part of this definition, which is that there's a necessity to modify the criteria for the kind or the knowledge embodied in this set of law-like regularities because of this first effect. So we had the reactive phase that changes people with multiple personality. Psychiatrists observe that and plug it back into their concept. That's the feedback phase. So a lot of people in the literature have been concerned with asking what I'm going to call the mechanistic question, which is how it could possibly be the case that a concept can change its target. So how is it that when people come to learn about multiple personalities and they have multiple personalities, that their personalities, the very thing that they learn about, is therefore changing? And this inquiry gets us into psychology, social psychology, ecology, maybe even all sorts of interdisciplinary fields studying how people change in response to how they're thought of. And there are many sort of plausible and useful suggestions in this literature, but most of this literature sort of sidesteps the second question that I want to focus on, which I call the motivation question. And that is, how or why does this first stage make modification of our concepts or classifications necessary? And the reason I want to focus on this is because it is, I think, a puzzle why reactivity should be special. Reactivity is this first phase, right? Why should this be especially motivating for classifiers? And to illustrate why I think this is a puzzle, I'm going to first talk about the lenient view that I call it, and then say why I think that doesn't work, and that'll introduce our puzzle fully. Just to foreshadow, my solution is going to be that reactivity sometimes undermines specific expectations we have about the reactive kind. So in the case of this process here, we have expectations about the kind codified in these law-like regularities, and the reactive change shows that they are false, or that the reasons we have for holding them are bad. Okay, so let's see what the lenient view says about this. I call it lenient because it says that almost all reactivity should motivate modification or should lead to this feedback effect. So whenever you have people change in a way that's relevant to how they're classified, you should automatically plug that back into your classifications of those people. I think this view is not explicitly stated anywhere in literature, possibly because it is often just not talked about as a separate question, this motivation question that I'm addressing. But it is implicit in some writings, and in particular in this recent review of reactivity by Marchiani and collaborators, they identify the looping effect with all these other reactive effects. They say that they're different versions of the same thing, and they give an example that sort of shows allegiance with this lenient view. But the lenient view is, I think, completely implausible. It doesn't work. And the reason for that is best illustrated by some of these other effects that are reactive effects that are not looping effects. So consider the Hawthorne effect, where experimenters go out to try to measure productivity of factory workers under different lighting conditions. So they turn up the lights and the workers are more effective. And then they turn down the lights and they're also more effective. And they realize that workers are realizing that they're being studied. And the workers in this case are reacting specifically to this concept of productivity, right? They're not changing their clothing, they're changing their productivity in response to being measured. And so this counts as this first phase, this reactive phase. And yet what experimenters actually do in response to this is they ignore this and they try to control away this effect. They try to measure how the workers perform without them realizing in some way instead. And the lenient view can't make sense of this, right? The lenient view says whenever we have a reactive phase, we should automatically plug those changes into our knowledge of the kind or our knowledge embodied in the classification. That's not what researchers do. And it's also not what they should do, right? If they want to know something about productivity, it's not a good idea to investigate all sorts of relations about productivity. You should try to figure out the ones that are essential to productivity in some way. Okay, so yeah, we get this change in productivity overall when it's measured, but this doesn't factor into our classification of productivity at all. In fact, we want it out instead. So Jonathan Zhu has already pointed something like this out for psychiatric conditions more generally, which gets us a bit closer to the looping effect. It's kind of obvious that people who are depressed when they're classified will have different experiences and behavior as a result. I mean, they'll seek treatment, right? They'll think about their feelings in a different way. And yet it's not obvious that this will motivate us to modify the criteria for depression, right? So there are lots of changes that happen to depressed people when they learn about depression that don't motivate researchers to modify their classifications at all. That holds as a matter of fact, right? It's an observation about what researchers actually do, but it also holds as a sort of a normative recommendation, right? It's a bad idea for them to include everything that changes into their understanding of depression. So the lenient view, like I said, has been expressed maybe implicitly by some authors recently. Marchiani and collaborators talk about breast cancer. They say that when breast cancer is classified, it leads to awareness of breast cancer, which leads to screening, which leads to treatment, which leads to a reduced mortality rate. And the reduced mortality rate is a feature of the kind breast cancer, they say, the disease kind. It should be factored back into our classification of it. And I think that last step is dubious, right? Because as a matter of fact, oncologists don't think that breast cancer has changed as a kind just because we've learned to treat it. They don't care about that part when they're thinking about what breast cancer is. Fagerberg has suggested that substance use disorder can have a sort of similar lenient feedback loop. So she says that when we classify addiction or substance use disorder either as a sort of moralized or biologized concept, that might affect the environment that substance users live in, and that might change the sort of brain states that are most commonly realizing substance use disorder. So the brain state that's most commonly realizing the disorder changes in line with our classifications. But precisely because it realizes the same condition, this shouldn't matter to researchers interested in substance use disorder. Substance use disorder screens off those details about brain states, and so it actually shouldn't motivate feedback at all. That's my claim, at least. If you have any sort of doubts about these cases, please bring that up in the questions afterwards. I would be interested to hear. But I think the lenient view is not telling us what about reactive change should motivate us to change our concepts, conceptions, classifications, and so on. We don't get a story for what should change. Okay, the natural next step is to go strict, right? So lenient view doesn't account for all these cases that we think are not looping effects, even though they are reactive effects. So one thing we can do is we can sort of try to tighten things up and say that almost no reactive changes should motivate modification. In this case, I think it's sometimes a bit hard to spell out what the strict view should look like, but there's maybe a hint of it in the work of Jonathan Zhu, as we saw before. So Jonathan says that for looping effects to occur, a reactivity, as I call it, must change the experiences and behavior of individuals in a uniform manner for a significant number of individuals who fall under that classification, such that the definitive characteristics of that classification, that, for example, the criteria that constitute membership for a classification, must be revised. I think it's a little bit difficult to interpret this because of the, for example, in the parenthesis there. But the strictest reading of this is that defining characteristics for a kind are the necessary and sufficient conditions for that kind, right? So if a reactive change motivates modification only when it changes the definitive characteristics, then we're having a really strict view, right, about what counts as feedback here. I think this is also implausible, but for sort of the opposite reasons, it excludes most of the paradigm cases. And there are two problems. The first one is that if you focus on necessary criteria, so let's suppose childhood sexual trauma is a necessary criterion for having multiple personality disorder. As a matter of fact, then, or as a matter of logic, then, no instance of multiple personality disorder will lack childhood sexual trauma. And so none of the things that we observe can be evidence against this criterion. Right? No empirical observation can be evidence against the necessary criterion here. And then problem number two is that if you think about a sufficient criterion, like having more than two personalities or alters, then same thing holds, right? The mean number of alters goes from 3 to 17, but 17 still satisfy the same sufficient criterion as before. So we have no reason to change it anymore. Okay, so the strict view just kind of eliminates feedback entirely. It says that almost no reactive changes count enough to motivate, factoring this into our classifications. So more moderate reading, which I think is compatible with the passage we read from Jonathan earlier, is that defining characteristics is a bit broader than just the necessary and sufficient criteria for being a member. And in particular, you might think that we can identify the defining characteristics as the expectations we have for that kind. So these are not defining characteristics in the ontological sense, right? They're defining characteristics in for our category of that kind, the one that we possess, our conception of that kind, if you will. I think this is motivated by what Hacking says, what we've seen already. He says that necessity to modify the criteria or the knowledge that we have about a kind. And we can think about the expectation as the knowledge. Hacking has in various places sort of suggested that he thinks of knowledge in this thinner way as whatever is sort of taken as an entrenched belief about the world. And so I think that's an appropriate way to look at this. In addition, in his work about natural kinds on Kripke, Putnam, and Goodman's work, Hacking has many times expressed this view that classification necessarily involves expectations. So here you have just two quotes showing this. It always involves knowledge of or belief in regularities about items of a class or a kind. And then he also says that to use a name for any kind is to be willing to make generalizations and form expectations about individuals of that kind. So based on that, we can, I think, draw out what I call the content dependence view, which is that reactivity should motivate modification or should generate this feedback loop if and only if it foils our expectations for the kind that is reacting. This is maybe a bit cryptic, just like that. So I'm going to put this into context with the multiple personality example. So multiple personalities diagnosed basis of similarities with an exemplar or prototype, or based on polythetic criteria. So this is a slightly different picture from having necessary and sufficient criteria from earlier, right? This fits, I think, better with the actual history where psychiatrists use these lists of individually unnecessary symptoms to diagnose people with psychiatric conditions. So we end up with this like hodgepodge of similar people, but who can have those similar features for very different reasons. Now, in addition to that, psychiatrists hold certain expectations together with their concept of multiple personality. For instance, that multiple personalities are caused by childhood sexual trauma and that personalities evolve in response to specific trauma. So, for instance, one of the views was that the first personality would develop as a protection against childhood sexual trauma. And then you can think that the second one evolves against protection against a new trauma, and so on. And then what happens when psychiatrists observe this double epidemic where more and more people have more and more personalities is that they learn that these expectations are unrealistic, that they're false. Because they show that the number of personalities and the number of people with multiple personalities increases independently of how much childhood sexual trauma there is or how many episodes of trauma each person has. The sociogenic spread shows that these two variables are independent. And so there is an epistemic duty to revise the expectations they had at the beginning. Yeah, so schematically, members of a kind are identified by similarity to a prototype or polythetic criteria. And then second, the classification of this kind involves expectations of the members about what they will do, what they will be like, and the reactive change undermines or foils these expectations, shows that they're false or that we have poor reasons for holding them. And when we observe that, when we observe those reactive changes, that epistemically forces us to change our conceptions, our concepts. And so in slogan form, feedback follows foiled expectations. And this holds regardless of what you think about the mechanism question, right? On this view, we're just talking about what it takes to register some reactive change in our concepts specifically, as opposed to just like noting that something has changed in our wider web of belief, right? Okay. I hope this is relatively clear. Yeah, and I'm just going to note some implications of this. Two of them I think are good implications. One of them I think is pretty bad, especially as an exegetical point about Hacking's work. So one of them is that the same reactive effect will motivate modification for sort of courageous but mistaken classifiers, but not for skeptical or successful ones. So let me say what I mean by that. So if you come into the multiple personality epidemic, having absolutely no view about multiple personality, you're not going to have any expectations foiled, right? You're not going to have any expectations undermined. So in order for my view to kick in, right, there has to be some expectation about how people will evolve multiple personalities. And inquirers which don't have any views won't be subject to the feedback phase of the looping effect. So that's of course not denying that the first part can still happen, right? So multiples can respond, they can get more personalities because they learn about multiple personality and so on, but it won't give us any reason to modify, they won't give them any reason to modify their concepts. And so one way you could get out of facing looping effects on this view is to be a skeptic, right? Just not form any expectations about the kinds that you're studying. And that seems like a slightly odd result of this view. But I think it does give us a good picture of how the looping effect actually plays out as a historical phenomenon rather than as a sort of phenomenon that's independent of historical developments in science. In fact, actually, part of the story about psychiatry, if I'm right about this, is that psychiatrists are pretty good and pretty brave when they're classifying multiple personality. They're just not quite good enough. They're getting something wrong, just enough wrong, that the reactive change can undermine their expectations. So in addition, I think this view helps to explain why most of hacking's examples are drawn from the immature sciences like psychiatry or criminology and so on, where they don't have settled paradigms or styles governing their expectations. So in sciences like physics, where you'll have pretty rigorous standards for forming expectations about the kinds that are being studied, you're unlikely to find these feedback phases. The expectations will be pretty clear and pretty robust and pretty successful. And also, I think that this explains why hacking thought that there couldn't be a unified account of looping, right? So if we go back to the previous point that the same effect will motivate modification for one observer, but not necessarily for another, that shows why psychiatrists in the US need to be studied as their own case study, separate from psychiatrists, let's say, in the UK, which is how hacking went about studying multiple personality disorder. However, one awkward thing here is that I have built sort of epistemic force into the definition of the content-dependent view. And some of the examples hacking discusses don't seem to rest on epistemic force at all. So, for instance, in the case of child abuse, the way hacking describes it, the concept is changing its boundaries on the basis of pragmatic considerations entirely. So people include more and more things into the concept of child abuse because they observe that people are quick to act against child abuse, and they want to, pounce on that tendency to act on whatever is child abuse. And this is sort of purely opportunistic or pragmatic expansion of the concept, isn't epistemic. And my view just implies that that isn't a real feedback effect. It is just sort of a pragmatic choice instead. It shouldn't be counted as looping effect. That doesn't fit with hacking's work, but I think it's been the right conclusion anyway. But I'm interested to hear what you think about that. So yeah, maybe the last weakness can be addressed with the other resource that I had just a moment ago, which was this prototype, which is playing the role of identifying cases, but I haven't had time to develop that in more detail. But yeah, thanks. You're muted.
Oh, I'm muted. Okay, I was gonna tell you, just put up your hand like Mac did, and I'm gonna moderate, try to shut up. So, Mac, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for that very interesting talk. I really like the way you're sort of breaking down the hacking loop and detailing various stages of it in a very kind of perspicacious way. I'm just a bit worried about some of the framing. It seems of the process or is maybe it's framed a little bit in an overly individualist way, I think. And I was wondering, I mean, when you're talking about expectations, I don't think what hacking had in mind and what we should really be thinking about is individual expectations of individual researchers, but something more like the social knowledge that exists about the kind, which sometimes needs to be modified. So I don't think too much rests on whether the expectations of a particular individual are foiled. It's more that, does this jibe with our settled knowledge of the case or not? And does our settled knowledge of the case need to be revised in light of this? So I guess there's that. And then kind of related to that, I suppose, your analysis of why the looping effect only occurs in certain domains and not others, thinking of that in terms of, the status of knowledge and whether it's settled or not, I think it might have more to do with just the ontology of that domain. I mean, a lot of people have said that looping effects occur in biology, in many settled areas of biology. And I don't think that shows that those areas are immature. It's just that certain domains are more pliable or malleable, and we can create kinds kind of more freely than we can in other domains. So I just was wondering what you thought of those two kind of related observations.
Thank you so much. That's, yeah. So the individualist point is definitely shortcoming here. I think I can extend this pretty easily by using something like common knowledge or a common belief instead of just belief. So I think this is something that needs to be extended, but I think there's no roadblock to doing so. But yeah, I agree. The other point is interesting. So in the case of biology, what would be the consequence there? Yeah, so one of the other things that I'm working on is to try to push back on the cases like domestic dogs and marijuana and tuberculosis and so on. Not because I think they don't have reactivity, but because I think they don't have feedback. Right? And part of the reason why I think they don't have feedback is precisely because biologists are ready for these changes. They have no particular qualms about kinds changing in the face of environmental pressures. And so I think basically those changes slot into an open slot that is already ready for them. And the case of COVID might be an interesting one there, where a new variant like Omicron develops in response to lockdowns and isolations and so on. You get sort of like a domesticated virus as a result. And my feeling about that is that although there is a change in people's knowledge there, it's not a change in knowledge about SARS-CoV-2 when you learn that there's a new variant of it. All the knowledge about the essence of SARS-CoV-2 remains the same, because that essence, I think, is a historical essence. So like shared common origin, something like that. So I think actually there is no feedback in that case. And there is no feedback in the case of domestic dogs either, even though there is reactivity. But that might be a bit further out than I wanted to go here.
Very nice. Jamie?
Cool. Thanks so much. Want to second all of Muhammad Ali's praise. Totally agree with that. Great stuff. I have two quasi kind of related questions. One has to do again with the expectations kind of side of things, and I'm kind of wondering whether expectations are the kinds of things that are known or can be known more post hoc, or whether those are like normally when we think about expectation, it's something you can identify kind of in the moment. But I take that some of the looping effects that hacking seems interested in, people are reacting in kind of in ways that weren't really on people's radars before. So it's like unexpected in the sense that they didn't have a specific expectation that was violated, but just like something that wasn't kind of anticipated, like it wasn't just consciously thought of. So it's not like a violation of an expectation necessarily, but it seems like kind of something else. So that might be just a question about like, specifying like how you would be able to identify what counts as an expectation. And the the second question was, I mean, so one, like, hacking seems to have, you know, as a very practice kind of focused philosopher, he doesn't make these strict distinctions between epistemic and pragmatic kind of stuff, unless they're, you know, very distinct kind of social kinds, one way to kind of put it. And I'm just curious whether, like, I mean, obviously you don't need to follow hacking on this point, but I'm curious, like, you know, why kind of insist on that kind of a distinction when looping effects don't seem to be the kinds of things that lend themselves naturally to that kind of distinction in terms of the practice of classifying and people reacting and so on.
Yeah, thanks so much. Those are really interesting. So the first one about how to identify expectations, I think what I would have to say is that a field must have tacit expectations that are undermined for my analysis to go through, right? So there will be a tacit expectation that multiple personalities will not be varying along with sort of knowledge of the concept, but will be varying along with trauma, for instance. I think the first part there, like the negative, like it will not be varying with knowledge of the concept, is probably going to be pretty difficult to establish that someone actively has that view. But the second part is pretty simple, right? So it's a common, I mean, part of Hacking's account in his book about rewriting the soul is precisely that there is this causal hypothesis that is generating research and sort of prototype pictures of multiple personality. And I think, so there the assumption is pretty close to the surface. And I think that is undermined by the view that, by the sort of reactive change, right? That like this varies with knowledge of the concept, because it shouldn't vary with the knowledge of the concept if it varies with trauma, right? Because those two are independent variables. So yeah, I think those are sort of connected. In more complicated cases, yeah, I would have to either stomp my feet and say that there's a tacit expectation being violated, or say that it's not a looping effect. So the other question, remind me, what was the other question about? Just really quickly.
Oh,
escaped my mind.
Oh, it's about the epistemic pragmatic distinction.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I take it that distinction is blurry, but that the two cases I described are not in the blurry zone of that distinction. So it is very clear to me that if you think that childhood sexual trauma causes multiple personality and it doesn't, that's an epistemic reason to change your expectations. Whereas it's also very clear to me that if you think that some instance of sort of interacting with a child is child abuse only because you think that if it were, then people will act in the correct way, that seems like an obvious example of a pragmatic choice. And yeah, I don't see why there would be any necessity in the pragmatic choice, which is what Hacking had as part of his definition of looping effect. The pragmatic move is optional. It doesn't capture the looping effect there. There might be other ways for it to be necessary, right? Maybe it's like a duty to change or something like that, but I don't know what those would be, so I have stuck with the one I know.
All right, thank you.
Sharifa, did you have a question?
Yes, sorry, I have to be off camera because I'm in my car and driving. Great talk. I really enjoyed how you like separated the first arc from the second arc of looping effects and kind of focused mostly on the second arc. I have, I guess, like a question about the maybe whether the kind of account of what happens in that kind of reactivity phase in the second arc can be actually as kind of separatable from the first arc, in the sense that like for something like multiple personality descriptions to change in reaction to people's like whatever changes and due to the first arc may not necessarily be the case like for other examples. Like, so for, you know, I think the biggest, so there are three kinds of changes that Hacking talks about like inconsistently about the subject, you know, in response to classifications, either the self-concept changes or the behavior changes or they become aware, but neither of these three are kind of consistently parts of the examples that he gives. And in the kind of, I think one of the reasons that multiple personality description ended up changing, or psychiatrists decided to kind of adjust their categories, was there were like large examples of the same kind of change, like the increase in the number of personalities, for instance, right? And that kind of really pushed, for them to push them to kind of adjust their descriptions, whereas it may not necessarily be as obvious in other kinds of examples, like, people might change their self-concepts in response to being diagnosed as depression, but that may not be really, wide enough, et cetera, to generate changes in the description of depression. I mean, largely because, like, as kind of John points out, there's like the complexity, the depression mechanism is so complex that we don't know how much of that change is due to depression itself or their conceptual changes. So I guess I'm trying to say, like, can you kind of explain a little bit, more on the kind of relationship between the first arc and the second arc in relation to how the kinds of changes actually might end up succeeding or not succeeding in changing the classification itself?
Yeah, thanks so much. So I think this is what I've been thinking about. So, like, what mechanisms are relevant and so on, right? And I guess my attempt is to say that, like, what mechanisms are relevant depends on what people's expectations are. So if people had read your paper and understood how self-concepts can influence a disorder, right, in sort of quite complicated ways, and then they go about classifying a disorder for the first time, knowing this already, expecting this already to be part of the picture, then I think that whatever changes come will not require them to modify their concepts. In fact, I think that's kind of obvious. But so that won't count as a looping effect for a group of researchers who have those presuppositions already baked into their concepts.
So that's like the Hautron effect that you were talking about, right? Yeah. Okay. That's great. Thank you.
All right. If I can slide in here, I thought this was a terrific talk. I think you're talking on an issue that is very kind of murky in hacking, right? So I've been concerned with this, like you, I've been trying to kind of formalize, well, what exactly do we need? What kind of changes do we need to have the kind of looping effect? And he talks about it in very different ways, right? Like criteria for membership to change, and a kind of, if we're thinking about it like Kripke-Putnam kind of semantic externalism with meaning changes, what kind of reference, who's picked out by these categories. Sometimes it's like, well, maybe one of the criteria can kind of change. I think sometimes he talks about it in terms of attitudes changing, right? So when he talks about homosexuality, I'm like, overall the target is trying to explain changes in meaning, right? And he says, oh yeah, in homosexuality, there's changes in meaning because of the DSM-3 debates. But I'm just like, well, if you think about it from a Kripke-Putnam kind of perspective, nothing's changing, right? The reference of these people aren't changing. It's like, we're looking at them as either having a mental disorder or being kind of psychologically normal. I mean, so it's maybe that's a huge meaning change, but I've always been kind of confused about that. So I appreciate your kind of attempt to address this. And if I understand you right, you're kind of you're moving beyond the kind of criterial accounts of looping effects. And you're saying, well, we can look at these cases and just in terms of content, there's something surprising that happens, right? People's expectations are changed. And that seems right. I'm not sure if it's going to be sufficient, but there's something right about that in terms of the kind of changes you're going to track. And, I'm close to that at my time, so I probably won't even invite you to respond to this, but I've always been kind of confused. So in print, I've kind of given multiple personality as an example. It's obviously for Ian, it was a paradigm case. I'm not even sure if that counts as looping. Just if you buy into his historical story, I think it does, but it's not the meaning of classifications that's causing these changes. It's all this kind of common knowledge, right? It's like these popular books about multiple personality and things like that. So I don't know if it even fits. So it's almost a throwaway comment, because I think there's a pretty good argument for presenting it as a paradigm case, but sometimes I'm not even sure. And other people have asked me in Q&As, and I'm like, well, yeah, I think you make a nice point here, but so I'll just turn over to you. You have like zero minutes to respond.
I completely agree. I also am not sure if it's actually a real case of looping, and I think my account might help to say why, right? So, and it will help in articulating like what parts of the history are relevant for this. What we should look at is what did people expect? What were the entrenched assumptions or expectations about this concept? Yeah.
Oh, that's really good. Yeah, someone could do just a case history and debunk hacking like that. So let's give Henrik a hand. Giulia, are you here? You can stop sharing, Henrik.
Are you calling for me?
Yes.
Do you hear me?
And
Okay,
and were you
perfect.
gonna use slides?
I have, yes, but I don't know if my camera is okay. Maybe okay, yeah, that's working. I don't know. It's like sketchy.
Do you
I
see
don't
the
know.
share screen button right on the top right?
Yes. No, I was trying
Okay.
also to make everything work. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Okay, yeah, found. I have to. Okay. Do you see everything?
Yes, it's showing up now. So you can
Okay.
run your slideshow and it should be
Yes.
good. So
Okay.
yeah, I'm happy to
I
introduce
don't know. Does it move?
Julia. Yes, this is
Sorry. Does
perfect.
it? Okay,
Yeah, you
perfect.
got it.
Okay, perfect. Just for a check. Okay.
So this is Giulia Russo from Sant'Anna School of Advanced Studies in Pisa. She's going to talk about approaching psychiatric kinds. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I'm very glad to be here. And my talk, as you can see, is called Approaching Psychiatric Kinds. Who is wrong about which kinds? Which is, of course, a reference to the notorious paper by Rachel Cooper from 2004. And just right off the bat, I have to say I have clearly not an answer to this question, and also I have to disclose that I'm not really diagnosis, and I felt like I needed a bridge between the topic I'm working on, which is self-diagnosis in psychiatry, and this like very core debate in philosophy of psychiatry. And Hacking's work, of course, is a reference that's very important for everything. So, starting off, I have to say like what are we talking about when we talk about psychiatric kinds. Usually we have in mind psychiatric conditions, psychiatric diagnosis, classes, like whatever we found as a class in psychiatry. And of course that's the reference question for the debate is what are psychiatric conditions. And we have we can say we have a sort of spectrum from a more naturalist or realist point of view, where the answer to the question is, are our categories in psychiatry referring to something real, and is this something real, something natural, etc. And on the other hand, we have, are we making them up? And if we are like creating, constructing, are we doing it like we build houses, or are we doing like something like social construction? And if we are socially constructing our psychiatric categories, does that mean that they are not real, etc., etc.? Another specification that I would like to make first is the fact that
Julia,
I'm
sorry to interrupt. I'm not sure. Are others seeing
No
the
problem.
screen change? I'm not seeing the slides changing.
Okay.
Are you moving the slides?
Yeah.
You can maybe stop sharing and then reshare.
I'm on the second.
You're on the second one. Yeah,
I think I will just. Okay. No. Yeah. I think that if I do without the slideshow, do you see the second slide now? No.
I do not. I don't know if anyone else is.
I'm not seeing change.
I don't either.
Okay, sorry. I'll share the whole screen because it usually doesn't work. Sorry. 1 second. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. It's our technology.
I'll just share the screen.
I'm embarrassed about our technology.
What do you see now? Just so I know. The same? It's better? I don't know.
It's acting like it's about to show it, but
okay. Let's wait. Because to me it's sharing, so I don't know whatever is happening with you. Nothing?
Nothing yet.
So sorry.
Did you hit play slide show or something? Because sometimes that action is enough.
I'm just sharing my whole screen, so you should see what I'm seeing.
Yeah, if you just run it as a slideshow, I think Sharifa's right.
Yeah, if you just say like go to the top left and said like play slideshow or something, that might work. Teams is a little finicky about this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you constantly have to stop sharing and then start sharing.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Now?
Okay.
All right. Now go through to your second slide.
Works.
We see your first slide, so go to the. There we go. All right.
Okay, it's working. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so maybe there will be a bit of lag. I don't know. So yeah, I was introducing the notion of psychiatric kind, and so I will just go on, not to waste any more time because I think we all know about this. I was just about to say that. Of course, one other clarification that also we can find in Hacking's work is the distinction between the classification and the classes that fall under the classification. So, like psychiatric kinds are a uniform kind. Let's say, let's put it this way, or like what falls under the psychiatric domain is so different that the individual classes of mental conditions or psychiatric diagnoses are too different. I'm not like providing an answer. I just wanted to have a brief overview of some of the issues with psychiatric kind. So we know that Hacking changed his mind a lot on the kinds he was talking about. The first notion, of course, is humankind, as opposed explicitly to the notion of natural kinds. And of course, given that his examples included often psychiatric categories, it's important to refer to his notion when we are talking about psychiatric kinds or psychiatric categories. Then he moved on to two interactive kinds, as opposed instead to indifferent kinds, which in his opinion we found within the natural sciences. And lastly, I don't know if you see this part, okay? He moved on to the phrase kinds of people when he dropped the reference to the natural kinds, the human kinds debate. All of this is just for very, very briefly introduce Hacking's relevance for philosophy of psychiatry in this respect. And I'm sorry, now I'm not able to move my slides anymore, sorry. And okay, so when I just want to focus on what, in my opinion, Hacking didn't change his mind on. So when I saw this definition of humankind, 4-point kind of definition, I thought that it was without a reference to the whole debate, even though it was from the first paper on humankind. And so the definition includes the fact that they should be relevant to us in some way, that these humankind should be peculiar to people. And then something that I think it's relevant for psychiatry is the fact that he here is talking about behaviors and actions. So specifically something that has to do with our behaviors and how we classify that behavior. So the third point is behaviors that we like need to know to some extent, so to have knowledge about these behaviors in order to do something. In the example of child abuse, it says like for preventing it, for example. And lastly, which is I think very important for understanding some kind of dynamics that underlies acting as account of kind, is the fact that he says that we are inclined to project a classified behavior, so a class and kind of behaviors to a kind of person, and that is a first like glimpse on the dynamic, which will be something that I will be focusing more on. Of course, this is like just something to say that when he talks and distinguishes about the kinds, he says, for example, about multiple personality, which is of course a very controversial example. I think that it has a lot of problems. Also, for example, he opposes multiple personalities and autism, and I'm not so convinced about this distinction that he makes, like saying that multiple personality are transient while autism is not, and well, it's debate that it's very known, so I'll not say anything more about that. Just that as for sort of very preliminary answer, the fact that as for kinds of people, which is what he's referring to for when talks about psychiatric categories as kinds of people, he says that multiple personalities are more like something we make, so like gloves or writing desks, than like horses or ravens. So we know that like even if we consider just an intuitive account of what natural kinds can be considered to, we are like having in mind something. We are more on the like nominalist and constructivist, even though Hacking refuses to see his account as a social constructivism. We are more on that side of the spectrum of what mental conditions are. So very, very briefly, because the time is running, I have to make the point that by saying that I want to focus on what on the dynamics of what Hacking's is pointing at more than the distinction that he makes. Of course, the shift from humankind to kinds of people implies a sort of like focus very, very clearly on what he didn't change. So the notions and the phrases making people up and looping effects, which we have already heard about. So I'm not repeating what some other speakers have explained better than me, but I wanted to focus on the 2007 paper, in which something that I think that maybe also in the critique sometimes gets left out. Or at least I think that the focus in the critique of Hacking's work is on the dynamics between people classified and classification, and how these how looping effects occur between these two, like I say, poles of the dynamics. But what is relevant to keep in mind is that Hacking doesn't limit the discussion between these 2 points, but of course I will just say that he includes institution, knowledge, and experts, and especially something that's relevant is the fact that let's say the point is not like we cannot like make the institution, knowledge, and experts like go and build just one of the 2 poles. Like the classifications is produced by some knowledge from some experts, I don't know, and the people interact with the institutions. It's a complex dynamics that we should take account. We should account for all the 5 points in his framework, which of course he says they may differ from case to case, but they are some of the crucial elements that we shouldn't just focus on some of them. And on the other hand, the imperatives or the engines for scientific discovery, which are these 10, the counting, quantifying, the creating of norms based on the quantification, and then the correlation of the said norms. So these are all listed in order to explain how looping effects may occur, and especially on how people, classes of people, so kinds of people, are made up literally. Like if we notice some kind of behavior, for example, that's how psychiatric categories, in his opinion, I think, are made up in his specific sense. We are counting them. We are counting behaviors that we find weird or non-conforming or whatever. Then we quantify on that. We produce some thresholds on which basis to assess the people. Then we create the norms. So we are saying if people are this way, they are not normal anymore, and therefore we create a class in which we can put people, and then we find the correlates, often medical. Especially then he says, like, then we are trying to biologize, and now we are trying to find biological correlates for these classes that we have found, etc., etc. And lastly, the 8, 9, and 10 are what he calls like more on the side of social control and administration of people. And then he introduces the 10th reclaiming or resistance, as he calls it in the 2007 paper, which is of course very relevant for psychiatrists of the day, and I'm getting there. Very, very briefly, the core objection, of course, for why this phrase is not shouldn't be used or whatever. I'm using human kinds and natural kinds just for a matter of brevity. Of course, I'm referring to kinds of people in his last as its last notion of this kind of people and psychiatric categories. There is the critiques focuses on the fact that there is not a cogent reason to distinguish a precise class of humankind from a precise class of natural kinds. And I would like just to mention very quickly 3 grounds of this objection. One is the fact that it has been argued, of course, that it's not true that looping effects occur only in the alleged human kinds, but they occur also in the biological kinds. And on this, I think that the notion that Atkins provide of biolooping versus the classificatory looping effects might be a kind of answer. I think that I was not so convinced by saying that our intervention on natural kinds categories, on objects that fall under natural kinds categories, like, I don't know, bacteria or animals, it's the same. And of course, Atkins' argument is that the fact that the core reason why this is not the case is on the ground of the awareness that plays an important role in looping effects, and the last one is the stability of the classification, and these 3 like objections are usually like intertwined, and they reinforce one another. But yeah, maybe I'll get back to that when I'll arrive at the end. But in my opinion, to some extent, there are some answers that we can provide for saying that these are not like necessarily fatal objections. And very, very briefly, I have had the chance to focus on like this also on these 2 I would say overviews of psychiatric kinds debate. The 2 questions that Brown in 2024 makes for understanding the issue of humankind and psychiatry category is the fact that this interactivity unique to the humankind, and of course this like loops back to the traditional objections, let's say. And the second, it's what I think it's maybe more relevant, and it's found also in the paper by Lehman 2020, and it does this interactivity. If there is, does it pose some kind of unique obstacle to our epistemic practices? And the answer from Lehman is that the focus of the critique on ontological stability over time, which is often based on the like objection that it's a more matter of speed, so of degree of the change, so we cannot like divide in a clear-cut way from humankind to natural kind. Is she argues that it's like it doesn't get to the point, and on the other hand we have like her objections focuses on the fact that critiques usually highlight, and also Hacking focuses on destabilizing feedback, so what changes, what produces the change, but she argues that there are also some feedback effects that are stabilizing, and therefore that consolidate the categories. All of this just to say that I think that here we can find some answers to the canonical objections that are, in my opinion, useful, but I didn't like as a parse construence of the as a parse the destruence of the critiques, but the answers that I have found here are not so convincing to me. However, especially in Brown, we find like the canonical issue, which is, let's say that the elements that contribute to the creation of psychiatric kinds or psychiatric categories are socially constructed to some extent. And her argument is that there is a constitutive social construction occurring in the production of psychiatric categories and psychiatric kinds, influenced by social norm, cultural values, historical contingency, and various kinds of interests. But of course, the point is always that if we say that something is socially constructed, that doesn't mean that they are real. But the fact that I like the phrase constitutive social construction, because I think that is more of what Hacking had in mind. So like something that we cannot like have that class and that category without specifically all of these intertwinings of other factors that are not just our knowledge and our study of the subject. And I would add also, of course, for completing a bit this account, the renegotiation of the classification with the classified, which is once again the awareness issue. There is a role played by the dominant scientific paradigms. There is a role played by the need for population management and social control, and I would say also structural kinds of injustice, such as epistemic injustice, which is specifically linked to our knowledge practices. And very briefly, because I'm running out of time, what does it has to do with what does all of this has to do with psychiatry self-diagnosis? Very briefly, psychiatry self-diagnosis is gaining increasing relevance as a practice and as a concept. It's been increasingly studied also in academic literature, and the core focus had been the study of it within autistic communities. So maybe we are asking ourselves if it's there that it emerged as a practice, and also it's already being opposed both in public discourse as well as in academic literature as something that we should limit on the other hand, it's also being advocated as a practice that it's good for the people who are practicing it. And as for this, I wanted to, I think I missed the slide, sorry, or maybe I just, okay, sorry, I got some slides wrong. So I had argued somewhere else that psychiatric self-diagnosis might have a political potential, and this is on the grounds of the fact that it is clearly a reclaiming practice. It helps for advocating for structural or social change in the sense of like the advocacy for rights and the asking, for example, for better services and etc. But it has actually a very strong potential for systemic transformation, and this is I have like my main references for this are the social model of disability and its development by Chapman in the so-called neurodiversity in a so-called neurodiversity paradigm, because of course self-diagnosis has a potential to uncover a lot of issues that psychiatry manifests, let's say, and it shows how the material condition of production of disablement can be changed, should be changed on the grounds of a systemic transformation that goes beyond just the advocacy for better services. I have to go back one slide. Of course, Hacking has already like hinted at this with when he talked about self-ascriptive kinds in 1995. Of course, this is not like an additional kind. It's just like and it's not. I don't think it's a sort of like subset of humankind. It's just a particular practice that he says it's producing a lot of looping effects. And as I mentioned earlier, in the 2007 paper, psychiatric self-diagnosis, we can put it under the so-called engine 10 of reclamation and resistance, and that is why I think that it was important also to understand the role that psychiatric self-diagnosis can play in Hacking's framework. And yeah, I would put it in the end, like, and of course he said, and I agree, that these self-ascriptive practices are one of the main, like one of the more recent and more prolific production. They are producing a lot of looping effects, and that is of course in reason of the fact that reclaiming psychiatric identities can loop back into a change in the classification that of course the people classified into. So this, okay, for closing up my talk, I had the feeling that all of this discussion didn't like get to the point, and I found that maybe a partial answer to all of this is provided by the notion of historical nominalism, but linked with the Hacking's historical ontology, because of course his notion of dynamic nominalism has to do with looping effects and explicitly targets the practices of naming and classifying, and on the other hand leans on it, like it's grounded on the fact that we are bringing or the categories are coming into being when, of course, things are named and are classified in a certain way. And I think that the relevance of this, despite all of the critics, of course, that's the point. I think that these notions can can hold maybe not a strong sense of the distinction between natural kinds and human kinds or interactive or whatever, but the kinds of people are actually undergoing a different kind of interactivity, a different kind of looping effects. The feedback effects are producing actually, at least I think that's what Hacking meant when he said that we are bringing into being new categories by practicing the classification, with the practices of classification and the naming. And of course, in his historical ontology, I will close on this because it's not something that I have very clear, just like where I'm headed to with this. It's that the kinds in the human sciences, therefore also psychiatric categories, it's something that I found convincing. It's the distinction between kinds that are historically constituted and in opposition, as he says, kinds that are constituted in time, which shows that there are interests occurring also in other kinds of classification, in other kinds of classificatory sciences, but in psychiatry and other human sciences, the objects cannot, like, they are very, very, like, core, in a very core way, constituted historically through all the dynamics that I mentioned and that he explained extensively. And just the focus, I think, on this is when he refers to the conditions of possibility of knowledge, which are made possible through his reference here is of course Foucault, but I think it's something that is very relevant. Like, it's not just that we are changing the classifications and the knowledge, it's that when new kinds of people come into being, at some point what's been changed is the conditions of possibility of knowledge of that specific kind. Therefore, that's how I would say historical, the notion of saying in this historically constituted way. So yeah, that's my list of references, and thank you for your attention. Sorry for I was a bit long, sorry.
No, I mean, you lost a little bit of time because of our technical glitch. So very nice kind of complimentary talk to Henrik's, talking about different aspects of the looping effect. Do we have any questions for Giulia? Yeah, Jamie?
Yeah, Giulia, thank you so much for this presentation. I definitely learned a lot from it. Also, apologies, my internet, I think, was kind of going in and out, so I'm sorry if a part of this question was already actually addressed in the talk. But I wanted to hear a little bit more about the power dynamics kind of aspect of looping kinds with self-diagnosis. So I know very little about the autism case in particular. But there's like a lot of studies on other kind of psychiatric categories like major depressive disorder, general anxiety disorder, about how like direct to consumer advertising and various other kind like awareness campaigns and stuff like that can do a lot in terms of shaping symptomology, language that's used to express things, and various other kinds of ways in which people go about understanding their condition. And that can affect self-diagnosis kind of procedures as well. So I was wondering if you could maybe just unpack that concept a little bit more, and like what is the self that's doing the diagnosis, and like how is that independent or connected to, you know, these other kind of broader categories that are kind of being proliferated in the social sphere?
Yeah, I actually went very, very quick on the self-diagnosis because there was so much to say in order to like unpack the role of what role Hacking's work could have had if self-diagnosis was popular enough when he wrote about all of this stuff. I think that I actually don't know where to start because there's very much to say about this, but I would say that self-diagnosis has like it has it points as a practice, it points in a very clear direction to the power dynamics that psychiatry has going on, because of course I didn't mention this in the talk, but of course I think it was intuitive to think that there are mechanisms of exclusion. People cannot be, like, for example, epistemic injustice in psychiatry can bring about what's the so-called misdiagnosis, late life diagnosis. This is very common for autistic people, for example. And also, I don't know, maybe the anxiety and depression had been very popular, very common as diagnosis for a long time. Therefore, they have been studied more. Therefore, there are all these feedback mechanisms that had been going on for a while. And I think that's what's happening progressively also with everything that falls under the neurodivergence umbrella term, because progressively we are making collectively, I would say, psychiatric diagnosis more popular. We are using them as some kind of popular terms, and this of course feeds back on how we are seeing psychiatric diagnosis in the first place. But I think that, and that's what I would like to highlight, and then I'll stop, just the fact that self-diagnosis and these practices, in my opinion, are an answer and a reply, very often a political kind of reply, that they have this very strong political potential in light of the fact that they are an answer and a reaction to all the problems, structural problems that psychiatry has had in the last many years. Let's put the time point wherever we want, but yeah, sorry.
Thank you so much. Just as a very quick follow-up, if it's not already on your radar and you want to dig into the autism stuff, the book Intelligent Love by Margot Vasetto might be like really helpful for that.
Thank you. I'm writing it down.
Sharifa?
Thanks.
Yeah, Giulia, it was a great talk. I really enjoyed, and actually I was not expecting self-diagnosis bit in the end, and that was like a little plot twist, and I really liked actually how you fit that into the kind of larger context of like hacking's looping effects and all the other phenomena that he highlights in the 2007 piece. I guess like I was I'm very sympathetic to kind of these kind of claims about about self-diagnosis like playing an important like kind of social and political role, and like and have like a kind of having a more political character, and I guess like I have a question that connects to both the self-diagnosis bit and like your earlier discussion on the move from the notion of psychiatric kind to like humankind and so on in hacking. Is like, what role do you see the kind of the formal diagnostic scientific frameworks playing in all of these? Because in your discussion, you primarily focused on, people's responses or the kind of communities, like needs for recognition and that kind of thing. But I think, like one question that I have is, I think a lot of people are pulled into kind of context of self-diagnosis because, they, at least in the context of the United States, unfortunately, you can't get any kind of psychiatric or mental health support unless you have a formal diagnosis, and that formal diagnostic process is really well kind of locked and preserved in this kind of scientific framework, the DSM, and like, the changes in the DSM structures or kind of content in terms of like, even like changes in the autism diagnosis have led to a lot of different kind of social ramifications. So I guess I was wondering if you could reflect a little bit more about like where do you see the actual scientific practices in psychiatry kind of playing a role both in the kind of notion of humankind and or psychiatric kind and self-diagnosis.
Okay. Actually, it's not an easy question, but I have like a very not so mediated answer, because it's something I'm still thinking about, and I think I don't know, I will think about this for the next 20 years of my life, because it's not something that easy to get. But I think that because I'm torn, I am always thinking, okay, I got it. Psychiatry, it's so flawed. We need to like drop the categories because they are not good in the way they are. Then I think no, but we can't like, I'm torn. I have not a strong opinion on that. But I think that a role for formal diagnosis for now, in connection with psychiatric practices, with self-diagnostic practices, is that currently we still need, we cannot like just get rid of the psychiatric categories right off the bat. That's what I don't understand so much of the new project, like the research domains of criteria or whatever other kind of new classification in psychiatry we are looking at. Because it's a process, and that's what I think hacking's work comes into play very, very strong. I think, I don't know if it's the same in the US. In Italy, we are still like, I think that psychiatrists are still diagnosing people with the DSM-4. So change like moves on very different at a very different spaces in very different points. Like it's like maybe clinical psychiatry is going one way, maybe activism is going another way. So the role for formal diagnosis is now, and I'm talking literally about DSM diagnosis, has a role, because they had furnished us the lexicon to vehiculate all of the needs that also in psychiatric self-diagnostic processes, and in also self-help and whatever other kind of independent, I would say, independent support networks and uninstitutional support networks and everything I think that's the role that it still has, if we embrace a radical role for self-diagnostic practices or self-help practices. And that's what I would say, but I changed my mind a lot on this, because
this is actually
like,
this is great. I actually like the kind of, I think you can go a little strong kind of on that like idea. I think maybe you have a lot more better formulated idea that you think you do, because I think it's like I totally agree with you, whether it's RDoc or the DSM or the ICD, these like scientific, like you can even like bracket, like you can just kind of recognize these like as like the scientific, end of the nodule, like in that like, 5-partite framework, and be like, well, these actually maybe, other than their institutional role in terms of actually an account of being a mental illness, they don't have a lot of role to play, and then just kind of focus on those other, more social, individual, and kind of political factors that you're addressing. No, thank you. That was great.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sure.
And I'll just make a comment, since we're a bit short on time. With respect to your question, who's wrong? I mean, I get the feeling you're coming down on the side that Cooper was wrong. Here's another perspective, right? I think, Cooper, when she's talking about why hacking's wrong, she's thinking about this demarcation problem between the natural and human sciences, which these are claims, hacking makes. So, and I think a lot of the other people, they were, so I agree with people like Jim Bogan, Muhammad Ali Khalidi, Cooper, that hacking has not successfully shown us that we can use looping effects as a demarcation criterion, except in this very specified way. So I think the move you moved to, I think other people go to this move as they say, well, the kind of feedback we see with bacteria or domesticated kind of kinds, it's different because it's going through the mechanism of awareness. And I think you're doing that and pointing, I like how you pointed to the kind of historical ontology and things like that. I think that's right. I mean, he's taking Foucault as the history of the present as a model there for the human sciences. But of course, none of these people, they're saying that humankind's considered metaphysically are the same as these kinds of domesticated kinds. And that goes through awareness. And I know through talking to Ian, he was very afraid. He's like, I don't want to just be making this very trite point that like human subjects are aware of how they're being classified, right? And if you try to push the demarcation problem into that direction, I don't think he would like that, because then basically everything he said was said in the 60s by labeling theorists, sociologists of deviance, and he's just in that kind of camp. So I think the way you could frame it is that, well, there's this difference at the metaphysical level, but it's actually quite significant. So these kinds of issues that you're bringing out with the kind of dynamic nominalism, which I think he would think that's applicable to natural sciences, but when you move into the human sciences, it gets a bit richer. So you could talk about how, it's not actually just this trite difference. I think making it not a trite difference is really spelling out all the kind of implications it has. And I think that's what you're nicely starting in your piece. So I'll just say that as a kind of comment.
Thank you. I was eager for comments, so thank you so much. Everything has been so useful. Thank you.
Alberto, are you able to share your screen?
Hi, John.
Hey, it's good to see you.
Good to see you. Well, I can give a test. So I'll try to share. And sharing now.
Yes, this is
Can you
looking
see
good.
it?
Yeah, I got it full screen.
And is it moving through?
It's moving. Oh, this is good. And you got
All
your
right.
little thumb. So yeah, I'm happy to introduce Alberto Bardi, friend of the center, right? You gave a talk on Fire Robin last year,
Yeah.
giving a talk on hacking this year. So he's going to talk about Ian Hacking's philosophy of mathematics. And I'll just turn it over to you, Alberto.
Thank you, John. It's great to be here. And to me, it's also a chance to try out new ideas in a field which is outside my comfort zone. Because I'm an historian of astronomy usually. So what I am presenting on hacking today has a preliminary nature, and I believe it could well connect with what in the previous days has been said about hacking's particularism or hacking's focus on case studies, for example. So my paper wants to reconsider hacking's contributions to the philosophy of mathematics, in particular in what he developed in his book, Why is There Philosophy of Mathematics at All? And I wish to examine the historicity of mathematics against the view that mathematics is an ahistorical domain. Hacking articulates a perspective that resists both Platonism and social constructivism. His approach underscores the historical contingency of mathematical knowledge while maintaining a realist concern for the internal stability of styles of reasoning. Implicitly, and I will explain better what this implicitly means, Hacking's perspective goes in favor to the conception of mathematics as a discipline influenced by the becoming of human activities, that is, history. In his 2014 Why is There Philosophy of Mathematics at All? Hacking describes his project as, I quote, a series of philosophical thoughts about proofs, applications, and other mathematical activities. He invites the reader to reflect not only on the internal logic of mathematics, but also on its practices, its uses, and its shifting relationships with science and society. Among the epigraphs opening the book, I believe that two of them stand out for anyone interested in the historicity of mathematics, the problem of historicity. The first from Ludwig Wittgenstein reminds us, I quote, "For mathematics is after all an anthropological phenomenon." The second one from Imre Lakatos affirms that mathematical activity is a human process that paradoxically produces a body of knowledge that alienates itself from the human activity that gave rise to it. These quotes frame Hacking's philosophical exploration as a contribution not only to the philosophy of mathematics, but, in my opinion, to its historicity. So I believe that some words on historicity are due. Italian anthropologist Ernesto De Martino wrote extensively on this topic. To him, the human condition is paradoxically marked by a fundamental tension between history and the desire to transcend it. I quote, "Humankind has always lived in history, but all human cultures, except Western culture, have spent treasures of creative energy to disguise the historicity of existence. We could say that human cultural history is the history of disguises of the historicity of existence, the history of the ways in which humanity has pretended to be in history as if it were not. Across cultures, we find repeated attempts to sublimate or ritualize the awareness of time change and finitude. As a human activity, mathematics is not free from all these features. The historicity of mathematics is nowhere more evident than in the study of its foundational concepts." And here I will mention some influential authors in the historiography of mathematics. For instance, Jacob Klein's Greek Mathematical Thought and the Origin of Algebra presents an analysis of how the concept of number underwent a radical transformation between antiquity and modernity. For the Greeks, number was inherently qualitative and contextual, embedded within an ontological framework that emphasized order, limit, and form. Modern mathematics, by contrast, abstracts from this qualitative context. The symbolic algebra that emerges with Viet and Descartes redefines number as a quantitative variable, manipulable within a formal system of signs. Klein argues that this shift is not merely technical. It reflects a transformation in the conceptualization of number, from a phenomenon grounded in perception and structure to a symbol detached from the world. Shabtai Unguru extends Klein's insights by arguing from a more disciplined historiography of ancient mathematics. In his On the Need to Rewrite the History of Greek Mathematics, he challenges the dominant practice of interpreting ancient Greek mathematics through the lens of modern algebra. He critiques scholars for retroactively imposing algebraic structures onto Greek geometric propositions, thereby distorting their original meaning. The meaning of a mathematical concept cannot be extracted from its formal structures alone. It must be understood within the historical and linguistic context that produced it. Unguru argues that mathematical ideas are embedded in a conceptual world that evolves over time, and that historical interpretation requires a sensitivity to the philosophical presuppositions of that world. In this light, ancient Greek geometry was not an early version of modern algebra waiting to be formalized. It was a distinct way of thinking, grounded in spatial intuition, demonstrative reasoning, and an ontology that refused to separate number from form. To understand Greek mathematics on its own terms, one must resist the temptation to view it as a prelude to modern developments. Then Victor Blasio enters this debate with a more technical tone. He acknowledges Unguru's warnings against anachronism, but argues that certain Greek mathematical texts, for example in Euclid's Elements Book 2, do in fact exhibit what he calls algebraic reasoning in geometric form. His goal is not to collapse Greek mathematics into modern algebra, but to show that the Greeks possessed proto-algebraic conceptual structures that can be legitimately recognized, provided one avoids projecting modern notation onto them. Blasius' approach maintains that the Greeks were capable of reasoning about relations and operations that today fall under the category of algebra, even if they lacked a symbolic language. The challenge then is to interpret these texts in a way that respects their geometry medium, while also acknowledging the abstract operation they perform. This perspective complicates the neat opposition between Unguro's historicism and modern formalism. Blasius' work reminds us that conceptual continuity and conceptual rupture are not mutually exclusive. There can be genuine similarities in reasoning across epochs, even as the framing of that reasoning differs. Reviel-Netz provides a broader cultural historical perspective that complements and extends the concerns of Klein-Unguro and Blasius. First, in The Shaping of Deduction, and then more recently in A New History of Greek Mathematics, he introduces the idea of a Deuteronomic culture, a culture characterized by the recursive writing, reinterpretation, and canonization of earlier texts. In such cultures, knowledge is not transmitted linearly, but reformulated through successive layers of commentary and adaptation. So this concept highlights how ancient texts were not merely preserved, but reconfigured across generations. Netz's work reinforces the historicity of mathematics at the cultural and institutional levels, showing how the identity of a mathematical text or concept changes as it is embedded in a new framework. Given this premise, given this concept, I think it's clear that hacking never entered these debates directly. But from what one can learn from his 2014 book on the philosophy of mathematics, the question is, what would hacking add to all this? I believe that one of his key contributions is his examination of proof as an epistemic practice with history. Hacking challenges the entrenched view of mathematical truth as timeless and universal. He reveals that the standards and functions of proof are historically situated, that they emerge from practices, institutional frameworks, and technological developments. From the diagrammatic rigor of Euclidean geometry to the axiomatic formalism of 20th century mathematics, the meaning and role of proof have changed alongside broader transformation in how knowledge is produced and validated. This does not mean that proof is arbitrary or that mathematics lacks objectivity. Rather, hacking invites us to recognize that even the most rigorous forms of mathematical reasoning are embedded in evolving contexts of inquiry. As such, mathematics is not simply discovered as an eternal structure, but constructed and reconstructed within historical and cultural frameworks. Hacking emphasis on the historical development of mathematical proof leads to a larger question. In what sense can we say that mathematics itself is shaped by its historical and cultural contexts? And here I have to give thanks to my colleague Ling Jin from Indiana University, because on this problem we had a fruitful conversation, and we agreed that for many historians of mathematics, this question could be solved by textual analysis of different mathematical languages and sources, but for philosophers, the premise is different. For instance, if I say that hacking's position is in favor of mathematics as historically shaped, it might sound as ambiguous, for this may seem to align with a social constructivist view. Yet hacking explicitly distances himself from such an interpretation. Hacking consistently resists the idea that mathematical knowledge is merely a social artifact. His project is not to reduce mathematics to cultural convention, but to explore how our concepts of proof, rule, and law, what he calls organizing concepts, emerge and evolve during scientific practice. These concepts are not free-floating ideas, nor are they metaphysically fixed. Rather, they are formed through repeated interactions with the empirical world, and in turn shape the styles of reasoning characteristic of different epochs of science. Each style of reasoning, once constituted, generates its own norms of truth and intelligibility, which are neither arbitrary nor reducible to external authority. In this way, mathematics is both historically situated and epistemically robust. The contingency lies not in the truth of a proposition like 1 + 1 = 2, but in the historical development of the conceptual framework that makes such reasoning intelligible and necessary within a given style. Hacking's account of mathematical historicity is inseparable from his broader project of historical epistemology. His philosophical interest lies not in questioning the truth of a mathematical proposition, but in uncovering the conditions that make them appear necessary and beyond question in the first place. In this way, Hacking avoids both metaphysical realism and epistemic relativism. He shows that styles of reasoning, once constituted, shape our very capacity to think, reason, and judge. Because the styles emerge through historical processes, they can be studied, compared, and even transformed. Mathematics then becomes not a timeless realm of Platonic truths, but a dynamic field governed by evolving epistemic norms and praxis. Some examples: a mathematical style of reasoning is found in Euclidean geometry, developed around 300 BCE. This style introduced an axiomatic deductive structure that profoundly shaped Western mathematical thought. It was defined by its clear separation between definition, postulates, and axioms and theorems, and by its commitment to a diagrammatic reasoning and idealized constructions. Hacking would interpret this not just as a technique, but as an epistemic style. It created new kinds of objects, points, lines, figures, and introduced new standards of proof. Once internalized, the Euclidean style became the standard of what counted as rigorous argument in geometry, shaping mathematics until the 19th century, at least in the Western world. Second example is the algebraic style that emerged in the Islamic world and was later transformed in early modern Europe. From Al-Khwarizmi's procedural equations to Viet symbolic expression, this style introduced abstract manipulation of symbols to solve general problems, replacing geometric constructions with algebraic forms. The shift enabled generality and abstraction, but also depended on a new notational system, pedagogic practices, commercial practices, and conceptual metaphors. The rise of symbolic algebra constituted a rupture from classical Greek mathematics and introduced a new set of epistemic expectations: generality, transformability, symbolic reasoning as standards of mathematical truth. We have then the probabilistic style, developed in the 17th century in response to practical needs, such as insurance and population statistics. Notably, we have scholars like Pascal, Fermat, and Laplace developed ways to quantify and to reason about chance events. This was not a mere extension of logic, but a new epistemic mode. Introduced concepts such as randomness, expectation, and statistical regularity. Hacking's earlier work, The Emergence of Probability, explores how this style brought about not only new mathematics, but new ways of thinking about causality, inference, and decision-making, particularly in fields like epidemiology and risk analysis. And then a final example, can be found in the formal and axiomatic style that crystallized in the 19th century and later in the 20th, particularly through the work of Frege, Cantor, and Hilbert. This style privileges abstraction, logical formalism, internal consistency over intuitive content or diagrammatic aid. It treats mathematics as a closed deductive system based on clearly defined primitives and rules of inference. This style has dominated foundational research ever since, but as Hacking suggests, it is not the inevitable endpoint of mathematical development. It is one style among others, historically emergent and contextually bounded. These examples, very briefly, show that mathematical reasoning is not governed by a single timeless logic. Each style of reasoning creates its own objects, posits its own problems, and determines its own criteria of success. For Hacking, these styles are not reducible to social conventions, nor are they expressions of eternal truths. They are historical formations that shape what we can see, say, and prove within mathematics. In Why is There Philosophy of Mathematics at All, Hacking insists that it is more illuminating to trace the changing nature of proof, application, and modeling than to theorize about the ontology of mathematical objects. This approach reflects a pragmatic and historically sensitive attitude. What matters is not what mathematics really is, but how it has functioned, been justified, and transformed across different historical episodes. To him, debates over Platonism are unlikely to influence mathematical activity itself, or to alter what working mathematicians believe they are doing. The metaphysical orientation of philosophers has limited bearing on the internal development of mathematics. So, what philosophers can offer is a genealogy of concepts, a diagnosis of epistemic styles, and a sensitivity to the historical conditions under which mathematical truths are produced and stabilized. This emphasis allows Hacking to provide a historicist account that takes seriously the autonomy and contingency of mathematical practices without collapsing into relativism or dogmatism. To conclude, I argue that Hacking's philosophy of mathematics, in the terms I've tried to describe, invites us to view mathematical knowledge not as the discovery of timeless truths, but as the result of historically shaped reasoning practices. His work resists both the metaphysical abstractions, for example, of Platonism, and the reductive gestures of strong social constructivism. Hacking offers an alternative way, one that takes seriously the historical emergence of organizing concepts and style of reasoning, while acknowledging their internal stability and normative power once established. This vision of mathematics as a human activity resonates with deeper anthropological insights articulated by other thinkers like Wittgenstein and Lakatos, as Hacking mentioned in the opening of his work, but also with authors that at first sight are distant to Hacking, like the anthropologist De Martino, for example. De Martino writes that the human condition is paradoxically marked by a fundamental tension between historicity and the desire to transcend it, as I said earlier. Across cultures, we find repeated attempts to sublimate or ritualize the awareness of time, change, and finitude. And in this context, mathematics, often perceived as a domain of pure and eternal truths, can be one such symbolic edifice, a structure that offers stability in the face of temporal flux. Yet, as hacking shows, even mathematics is shaped by the crises, transformations, and contingencies of human life. Proof, modeling, abstraction, these are not eternal forms, but historically constituted practices developed within specific cognitive and cultural frameworks. To recognize this is not to undermine mathematics, but to grasp what Imre Lakatos called its alienation from its human origins. Mathematical activity produces mathematics, which then alienates itself from the human activity which has been producing it. As Christopher Pincock observes, hacking's reluctance to resolve philosophical questions such as Platonism versus nominalism stems from his focus on actual mathematical practice. Hacking treats mathematics as part of a broader inquiry into styles of reasoning and the conditions of thought. Hacking seeks to describe how mathematical reasoning develops, stabilizes, and operates within specific historical contexts. This pragmatic orientation distances him from traditional philosophical system building while reinforcing his commitment to historical specificity. In our own time, the loss of historical consciousness, whether in political discourse, public education, or scientific communication, threatens our ability to situate knowledge within the broader arc of human becoming, the condition of historicity. Through hacking attention to historical variation, conceptual genealogy, and the evolution of reasoning styles, I think he helps us to see mathematics not as an escape from history, but as one of its most refined and revealing expressions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Alberto. Questions for Alberto? Yeah, Jamie?
Yeah, thanks so much for your talk. This was really great. Just as a little anecdote, when I was chatting with Hacking towards the end of his life and his book on mathematics kind of came up, he said to me, he called it a peasant's version of Lakatos's proof and refutations. But I think one thing that came out nicely in your talk is the way in which it's self-deprecating, because what Hacking does that Lakatos doesn't. So Lakatos is looking at, this Hegelian history kind of stuff, but he's also doing it at this like kind of intellectual level. Whereas when we're talking about styles, Hacking's also bringing in technologies and institutions and all of these other kinds of things that kind of help stabilize it. So I think one thing that came out really nicely in your talk was showing how Hacking is kind of taking that additional step. I had two kind of like quick comments, and I wanted to kind of get your reaction. One is that a kind of dynamic historicism or a dynamic kind of view that involves history doesn't necessarily need to be opposed to Platonism, or it's not at least obvious. So Popper, for example, in his evolutionary book, tries to give an account that allows for historically contingent and changeable views, but those views are true or false in Platonic heaven. Is just that in Platonic heaven, the forms change, kind of thing. Now, like, I personally think that view, like anything Popper touches, is total garbage, but that, it's a view Hacking doesn't talk very much about, and it still might provide like a little bit of a helpful foil. And the second comment is that I think that like there's kind of two ways in which you can talking about mathematical practice. One is kind of like as a sociologist, anthropologist kind of would, looking at human actors and how they do what they do. But then there's another one which is about how mathematicians think about their own practice. And in that case, that things might get more messy and possibly an interesting way. So like Gödel and many mathematicians are Platonists too, right? So they think about what they're doing as very Platonic, right? So whether that's kind of a vindication in any sort of practice-oriented sense is like, I guess, kind of an open question. But yeah, so I just wanted to kind of leave those two comments out there and see what you think.
Thank you, Jamie. This is a very rich comment. I'm grateful for this. And I would start with the first comment. I agree with you that historicism is not necessarily opposed to Platonism. To my understanding, when philosophers like Hacking, in discussing the philosophy of mathematics, are talking about Platonism, this notion is attached to a view of mathematics as the field in which there is a discovery of something, let's say, superior to what we can encounter in the world. And this kind of superstructure, hyperuranium, or world of mathematical truths is not subjected to history. So in this sense, I tried to argument that, in this sense, I wanted to articulate that the focus of Hacking on practices is going against this view of Platonism, and that's why it's not an historical Platonism, let's say. As far as the mathematical practice is concerned, I agree with you that there is a group, consistent group of mathematicians thinking about itself as Platonist. There are also mathematicians who think that the very process of appropriating the idea behind the theorem and the attempt to view something new is a historical process per se. So I tend to sympathize with this kind of mathematicians. I have nothing against Platonist mathematicians, but my focus on the mathematical practice is interested in viewing the mathematics as part of the problem of the historicity of existence. So I found Hacking's words very insightful, and I believe that inadvertently, so it was not his intention to enter the debate on mathematics or historiography of mathematics, but he can say something concrete about this. Does it make sense to you?
Yeah, that definitely makes sense and is very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie.
I just have a quick comment and question. So you talked about these, you developed these 4 kind of mathematical styles. They kind of map a little bit onto what Hacking says about styles of mathematical reasoning. So like Luca Sciortino's here, he's kind of written on this, but Hacking talks about a postulational style that kind of maps onto the Euclidean kind of formal axiomatic style and statistical probabilistic. Just as a suggestion, there's an interesting kind of, after the 17th century, after development of the calculus by Leibniz, Newton, there becomes this, I don't know what you would call it, you could call the calculus style, but I'm thinking about the use of math that's very closely intertwined with physical theory, so applied mathematics, I guess, that would be one way to think about it. And of course, that takes on a nice life of its own, like especially in special relativity. So Yeah, I think the way you frame your styles, you could talk about it as an expansion of the Crombie kind of hacking list. But my real question has to do with this kind of historicism without the relativism. I think that was clearly a position that hacking took throughout his corpus. He wanted to be like a historicist without a relativist, and you kind of presented him like that. But what's the grounds for not being a relativist if you're a historicist in hacking's kind of favored way? I mean, I think I myself kind of deal with this. This might be a question about me, but I mean, um, if you're a historicist about math and you're rejecting its universality, it's all grounded in practices. Um, to what extent can we say we're not mathematical relativists, right? I mean, you don't need to be a Platonist, obviously, but like, I just invite you to say something about this. It's a very thorny issue, right? And
Yeah, it
I
is.
don't think hacking gave us anything like a satisfactory kind of way for it, but it was certainly his position. So I wonder if you have
Uh-huh.
something to add as someone well versed in mathematics to kind of address that question.
I don't have anything to add. This is a preliminary work. I'm at the early stages, but I think this is an open problem. So I very appreciate your suggestion, and um, I believe that the notion of styles of reasoning in mathematics could say something more about this. So avoiding the a strong relativist position, because by being an historicist, it does not mean that everything is constructed or contingent. There is something stable, even in mathematics, although it is influenced by the flux of history.
Yeah. I think that's the right kind of move. You point to instrumental success, but then an instrumentalist, so a Carnapian would just say, well, yeah, no, that just shows it's all pragmatic. And we don't need to be realists about math. It's just these are very, and maybe that's the position you might end up on. But yeah,
I'll
I
work
mean,
on
these are
that.
thorny issues. I don't expect anyone to solve these questions, but
Yeah, but it's good food for thoughts.
yes, very good. So let's give you a hand.
Thank you so much.
And Ken, you are here.
Yes, I am.
All right, excellent. Are you using slides? Do you want to just
I
try
am
them
using
out?
slides.
Okay, perfect.
Let's see. Let's see. Okay.
There's top right.
Okay, let's see. Top where now?
Top right, right beside the
Oh, yeah,
left
yeah,
of the
got
leave
it.
button. Yeah.
Right.
And then you should get to choose among a bunch of options of what's open.
Yeah.
So
It's
it
not.
needs to be open before it starts. But
Yeah, it's open. But somehow now my computer doesn't know wants permission to use. May not be able to record the contents of your screen until it is quit. Okay, yeah. So what? Okay, the important thing is, can you see this now?
no.
Okay. Okay, it seems to want me to restart. Let me restart and try
Okay.
that. I'll be back in a
Stop.
second. Sorry.
That's good. That's why we talk about it early.
Sorry. How about now?
Otherwise,
How about that?
Not yet. So you click share, you got your right window, and it's taking you to the window.
Yeah, I'm getting share content, and it says include sound, PowerPoint live. I'm not sort of seeing an option of what it wants me to share.
You just click the whole box, the window that you're looking.
Yeah, I did that, but
And then there's something like share, a share button after that, I believe.
share screen. How's that?
There we go. You got it.
Okay, there we go.
All right. Well, I'm happy to introduce Kenneth as Aizawa from Rutgers, Newark, and he's going to talk about experimentation, confirmation, and entity realism.
Okay, thank you very much, John. Thanks to all the organizers as well. So, in experiment and scientific realism, Ian Hacking advanced many important ideas. Today in my talk, I will use a scientific case study of the physiological work of Alan Hodgkin, Andrew Huxley, and Bernard Katz to discuss just three of Hacking's ideas. And in this story, there's a core analogy, at least in my mind, that electrons are to bosons as neuronal action potentials are to changes in neuronal membrane permeabilities. So if at any time someone wants to interject a clarificatory question, please feel free. But for present purposes, I'm assuming that no one is familiar with neuroscience. And so if you have a question, please ask. But an action potential is just a neuron signal. And for these neuron signals, the membrane has to change its permeability to let sodium ions pass through. So that's the main sort of thing. Part of what I will be doing is reading Hacking as less of a particularist than John did on day one. In fact, I feel like I'm more of a particularist than Hacking was, and I will be reading Hacking as expressing generalizations that I think do not fit the Hodgkin, Huxley, and Katz case. Okay, so section one, I'm going to set out three of Hacking's ideas. I'm going to set them out as theses, not the way Hacking presented them. Section two, I'm going to be discussing Hodgkin and Huxley's work from 1939 to 1945, focusing on the action potential and its overshoot. Then in section three, I'm going to talk about Hodgkin and Katz's work from 1946 to 1949, focusing on the Overton experiment. And to my mind, this section is the most important because I'm going to actually introduce a kind of hypothetical reasoning that I call compositional abduction. I've written about this extensively. I have a book coming out in 2 months, maybe. And then after talking about Hodgkin and Katz, I will conclude. So, Hacking's entity realism. First of all, the first thesis is there is a distinction between entity realism and theory realism. And it seems to me that Hodgkin and Huxley are entity realists. In their work in 39 to 46, they accepted the reality of the action potential and its overshoot. And Hodgkin and Katz, in their turn, accept the existence of changes in membrane sodium permeability and sodium ion movements into the axon. Now, it's actually unclear to me exactly what Hacking means by theory. It's clear that Hodgkin and Huxley and Katz had background beliefs, so they had a theory in that sense, and they were probably realists about that. But it's also clear that up until 1946, Hodgkin and Huxley did not have a theory of what generated the action potential, or this overshoot I keep referring to. So they did not have a theory in that sense. So they did not have a theory to be realists about. Now, thesis one here is weaker than some of the other things that Hacking says regarding the distinction. So, for example, he writes, discussions about scientific realism or anti-realism usually talk about theories, explanation, and prediction. Okay, so far so good. Debates at that level are necessarily inconclusive. Only at the level of experimental practice is scientific realism unavoidable. But this realism is not a realism about theories and truth. The experimentalist need only be a realist about the entities used as tools. Now, in truth, these are modal claims that I will not be entertaining. I'm approaching this as a historian and philosopher of science, describing a case rather than going more generally, being the particularist that I am, making modal claims. So I'm not going to claim, or I'm not going to investigate the claim that debates over scientific realism are inconclusive. And I'm definitely not going to go into the claim that they are necessarily inconclusive. Nor am I going to go into the claim that at the level of experimental practice, scientific realism is unavoidable. That seems overly strong. And I'm also going to avoid the modal claim that the experimentalist need not be a realist about entities used as tools. Here, however, is something I agree with. Realism about entities, and I include processes, states, waves, currents, interactions, fields, black holes, and the like, are among entities. Asserts the existence of at least some of the entities that are the stock and trade of physics. Now, I think Hodgkin, Huxley, and Katz were rather clearly entity realists of this sort. They embraced action potentials, the overshoot of the action potential. They embraced changes in membrane permeability. They embraced the movement of ions across the axonal membrane. Okay. In addition to this metaphysical distinction between entity realism and theory realism, Hacking adds multiple methodological proposals. So he claims that experimenting on an entity does not commit you to believing that it exists. Only manipulating an entity in order to experiment on something else need do that. Now, to my mind, hacking has this stylistic feature. He treats philosophers and scientists of a piece. He often refers to we do this and we do that. And I don't do that at all. I'm a historian and philosopher of science. I am not a scientist. So scientists are always, to me, them. So let me formulate these hypotheses in a way that I think speaks to looking at scientists as them. So I say that to reformulate hacking, and I think he may well mean this, he just doesn't bother with the distinction that I bother with. So he thinks that experimenting on an entity does not commit a scientist to believing that it exists. By contrast, he does think that experimenting on something else commits a scientist to believe that it exists. Further commenting on this, Hacking says, the way in which experimenters are scientific realists about entities is entirely different from ways in which they might be realists about theories. That could be true. Entirely different is pretty strong. I don't know that I want to say something is that strong, but there are different ways. And Hacking points out, one is impressed by entities that one can use to test conjectures about other, more hypothetical things. In my example, one is sure of the electrons that are used to investigate weak and neutral currents and neutral bosons. So this last point, I wouldn't say one, because I mean, it's a different, what I'm concerned with is what scientists are doing, not necessarily what philosophers are doing. Okay, and then Hacking's third important idea concerns the value of hypothetical reasoning. He claims that entity realism is not supported by hypothetical reasoning. And he has this quote, here's this quote, Bain was surely right a century ago when assumptions about the minute structure of matter could not be proved. The only proof could be indirect, namely that hypotheses seemed to provide some explanation and helped make good prediction. Such inferences, however, need never produce conviction in the philosopher inclined to instrumentalism or some other brand of idealism. Now, this is not the kind of claim I'm interested in engaging with. I think that, say, proof is the wrong sort of term. Proof, and so I wouldn't say you can't prove things about mathematical structure. Moreover, the only proof could be indirect. Well, that would be right, that hypotheses seem to provide some explanation. Now here, I think hacking is running sort of a standard side glance toward the method of hypothesis, toward hypothetical reasoning, toward abductive reasoning, by insinuating that hypothetical reasoning, abductive reasoning, the method of hypothesis doesn't really provide explanations. What I think I'll be doing is I'll be proposing a theory of explanation for cases like this, so that I think it puts the ball back in, say, hacking's court to say why these aren't really explanations. But then the last part, such inferences need never produce conviction in philosophers. That's not what I care to argue about. What I'm going to say is, and what I'm going to point out is that scientists like Hodgkin and Katz do support entity realism by hypothetical reasoning. They believe in the change in membrane permeability and sodium fluxes because of hypothetical reasoning. Okay, so that's the stage setting. Let me look at this first set of papers from Hodgkin and Huxley, 1939 to 1945. So the body of work I'll be discussing overall, the whole thing, is Hodgkin and Huxley and Katz's research on the biophysical basis of the neuronal action potential. So the action potential is the neuron's signal. Now, the work I'm covering is reported in journal articles between 1939 and 1949. And this work, in turn, forms the backdrop to a series of 5 papers appearing in 1952. These 1952 papers led to Hodgkin-Huxley sharing the 1963 Nobel Prize in Medicine or Physiology with John Eccles. And this entire body of work, most notably the 1952 work, forms the foundation of contemporary neuroscience. It is a centerpiece of undergraduate introduction to neurosciences courses, and it is about as well established a body of work as there is to be found in all of neuroscience. Okay, so in 1939, Hodgkin-Huxley had this experimental apparatus. What they did was they had this plexiglass container with glass window on the front and on the back, and they were able to take squid giant axons and insert a cannula down through one end of it and hang the other end of it down through this container, then insert an electrode down the cannula into a length of the axon, and then at the bottom insert electrodes that they could stimulate the axon with. So here's the picture. Beginning in 1939, Hodgkin and Huxley were able to insert microelectrodes inside the recently discovered squid giant axons. They were discovered in 1936. Their apparatus that I've just described has a set of stimulating electrodes that manipulate the axons by depolarizing them. And it also had a set of recording electrodes that allowed them to measure action potentials. Okay, so the theory of the action potential in 1939 was one that had been around for about 35 years and had been championed by Julius Bernstein. And I won't go into the details of Bernstein's theory, but what Hodgkin and Huxley expected to find was an action potential that looked something like that shown on the left. You depolarize, the hump goes up to 0 and then falls back down. That's what they expected. But unexpectedly, they found this humongous action potential that overshot 0. So the overshoot is the extra height of this peak above 0. So they just often write of the overshoot of the action potential. Sometimes they write that the action potential is larger than the resting potential, by which they mean it's bigger than 0. So both are two ways of describing the exact same thing. Now, when Hodgkin and Huxley measured the action potential on the right, their first thought was Bernstein is wrong. Okay, so this was 1939, but World War II intervened, so they quit working within weeks of having gotten this result. But when 1945 came around, they returned to the measurement of the action potential, providing further confirmation for the existence of the overshoot and that the action potential exceeds the resting potential. So they report very early in their first 1945 paper, coming back to the project, what they had accomplished so far and what had happened since 1939. So they report, a method of inserting microelectrodes into squid axons was developed, and direct measurements of action and resting potentials were obtained in the summer of 1939. At about the same time, Curtis and Cole in 1940 evolved a rather different technique for performing the same experiment, and in a subsequent paper concluded the action potential exceeds the resting potential by a large amount. The present paper provides an independent confirmation of this conclusion. So again, you could see the experimental technique. It stimulate the axon, measure the action potential. And in the conclusion of their paper, doing more of these sorts of studies that I've just described, they report the difference between action and resting potential is too large to be explained by a liquid junction potential between the exoplasm and the microelectrode. So basically they're saying it's not an artifact. It must be due to a genuine reversal of potential at the surface membrane of an active section of nerve. So the bottom line is there really is an overshoot of the action potential. Okay, so what does this have to do with hacking? Well, consider the first thesis. Well, for Hodgkin-Huxley, the action potential and its overshoot, I think, are entities. They believe in them, they exist, they are things in the world. But notice that Hodgkin-Huxley do not yet have a theory of the action potential. They do not know, what alternative there is to Bernstein's theory. So they do not have a theory to be realist about there. Okay, but what about 2A and 2B? Well, from Hodgkin-Huxley's comments above, we can see that they were committed, I think, to the existence of the action potential and the overshoot. So 2A seems to be mistaken. Moreover, we have noted that they came to this conclusion only by experimenting on the action potential and the overshoot. They did not manipulate the action potentials or the overshoot to experiment on something else. They are, to borrow Hacking's metaphor, spraying action potentials. So it seems to be that 2B is not correct. 3, entity realism is not supported by hypothetical reasoning. Now, maybe you could press the case that Hodgkin-Huxley did use hypothetical reasoning. I think there's a plausible case there. But what I want to do is actually use what I think is a more compelling case with Hodgkin and Katz. So that's why I'm going on to the next series of papers. Okay, so by the summer of 1945, Hodgkin and Huxley had concluded that Bernstein's theory of the action potential was not correct, but they had yet to figure out a plausible rival hypothesis. They did not have a theory of what generated the action potential and its overshoot. Okay. In the fall of 1946, however, Bernard Katz told Hodgkin about a forthcoming paper of his reporting that crab axons were inexcitable in a sodium-free medium. This inspired Hodgkin and Katz to examine the role of extracellular sodium in squid giant axons during the summer of 1947. They did the experiments in 47. It took them 2 years to get that work published. They complained bitterly about that. And by 1949, they had a successor to Bernstein's theory. So here's the theory. So you depolarize the axon. And the first thing that happens is that increases the membrane's permeability to sodium. So because there's a lot more sodium outside the axon than in the inside, the sodium rushes in. Now, the change in permeability of sodium is temporary. It's short-lived. It lasts about a millisecond. So that shuts down. But then the membrane changes its permeability to potassium so that with a delay of about a millisecond, potassium then permeability increases and potassium rushes outside the cell. So here's the picture, here's the theory. Sodium rushing in causes the upward rise of the action potential, and potassium rushing out causes the downward phase of the action potential. Okay, so here we see a combination of both entity realism, there's all this stuff going on, and the existence of a theory. So there's now a chance for Hodgkin and Katz to be both entity realists and theory realists. But let me turn now to what I think is the most interesting part of the story, how Hodgkin and Katz used hypothetical reasoning. Now I'm going to set aside the potassium story. Okay, so here is the Overton experiment, this big experiment. So the experiment begins by having the axon depolarized, and then you get curve 1, the solid line 1. Then Hodgkin and Katz flush out the seawater solution, the sodium solution, and replace it with a sodium-free solution. Then 30 seconds later, they stimulate the cell and get an action potential. Then 30 seconds, they get that curve 2. Then 30 seconds later, they stimulate the axon and get action potential 3, then 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Can you hear? Can everyone hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So 2 through 8 involves sodium sort of basically diffusing away from the surface of the axon. Then after action potential 8, Hodgkin and Katz add sodium back to their container and then get dashed curves 9 and 10. Okay, so that's what's going on. Basically, they remove the sodium and slowly the action potential diminishes. Then they re-add the sodium and the action potential returns to normal. Okay, so here's what's going on, I think. Hodgkin and Katz believe they could explain each one of those action potentials, each of those curves. So this curve 1 through curve 10. And so I'm borrowing a bit of the terminology from the new mechanists, or the notation from the new mechanists. And so I want to say that x1 phi 1ing through xn phi ning compositionally explains curve 1, S psiing, and then x1 phi 1ing through xm phi ming compositionally explains S psiing. So each different curve just differs only in the number of sodium ions moving in. So that's the basic picture of explanation. And there's a little notation there that doesn't really matter that much. Okay, so I propose that Hodgkin and Katz use these explanations in hypothetical reasoning. They use them in inductive inferences. So let me explain a little bit about what I mean by abduction, because it's not what most people mean by abduction. So commonly people will say abduction is inferring some hypothesis H because H explains some evidence E. Now, what I mean by abduction is not what Gilbert Harman meant by inference to the best explanation. For Harman, inference to the best explanation is warranted abduction. He's quite explicit about this. Moreover, for Harman, abductive inferences are warranted when all the rival hypotheses to H are eliminated. And then he just proposes an open-ended list of considerations that one might use to eliminate rival hypotheses. These could be simplicity, plausibility, breadth, and so on and so forth. It's just an open-ended list. So here's another way of thinking about IBE. Harman's IBE is meant to answer 2 questions. Question number 1, what reason is there to believe H? Answer, well, H explains E. Question number 2, however, is why think that H is the correct explanation rather than, say, H prime? Here the answer is, well, there could be many things. H is simpler than H prime, H has broader scope than H prime, blah, blah, blah. So, by contrast, and consistent with Harman's view, I take abduction merely to be part of this story. Abduction, as I use the term, just answers question 1. Okay, so that's Harman and his IBE. I also don't understand abduction the way Charles Sanders Peirce is commonly taken to understand it. So, according to one reading of Peirce, scientists use abduction to introduce pursuit-worthy new hypotheses that are subsequently confirmed using hypothetico-deductive methods. I propose, however, that scientists use abduction to confirm hypotheses. Now, Persians, when they hear this, they just lose it. They just can't believe that I even know what I'm talking about. But I'm just not talking about what Peirce is talking about. I think abduction gives reasons to believe some hypothesis, even when it doesn't give a compelling reason. So I think abductive reasons are those that may not convince critics. They may not justify belief or acceptance in the hypothesis H, but they are still reasons. And indeed, even a scientist who proposes that H explains E may not take that reason to be strong enough to justify belief or acceptance. Okay, now why do I think scientists use abduction for confirmation? Well, the easiest story is replication studies. So suppose you use rats in a 6-unit T maze, and then you propose that you explain that maze running behavior by postulating a cognitive map. That would be an abductive inference. But then sometimes scientists replicate this and they use a 14-unit maze. And then they propose that the maze is run by rats using a cognitive map. Okay, this doesn't make any sense as introducing a hypothesis of cognitive map, because the cognitive map was introduced already with the 6-unit maze. Instead, what I think is going on with the 14-unit maze is you're looking for more confirmation. So you confirm with the 6-unit, you confirm with the 14-unit. That makes sense to me. So I'm not using abduction the way Peirce does, and that is one reason not to use abduction the way Peirce does. Okay. So back to my positive story. So I think that let the hypothesis 1 be the change in membrane permeability to sodium, and let that be the phi1 x1 phi 1ing. Then that hypothesis explains each of the curves E1, curve 1 through 10, E1 through E10. Now, I say Hodgkin and Huxley thought this way, and they say things that if you read what they're saying, it gets about as good as it's going to get when scientists describe what they're doing. They say the reversal of the membrane potential during the action potential can be explained, and scientists don't often talk about not always talk about what they can explain, if it is assumed that the permeability conditions of the membrane in the active state are the reverse those of the resting state. So what they're talking about is sodium permeability. In the resting state, the membrane is impermeable to sodium. In the active state, it's permeable to sodium. So they're saying the change in permeability explains what's going on in the reversal. Okay, since the explanations are compositional explanations, the abductive inferences are compositional abductive inferences. So I think that Hodgkin and Huxley believe in the changes in membrane permeability and the sodium influx because they explain the curves E1 through E10. They think these things, the membrane permeability and the sodium influx, exist. And why do they think this? Because the explanation the hypotheses provide. So I think if you read the whole of the paper, Hodgkin and Katz introduced the thing this way. So recall the history. They say, according to the membrane theory, that's Bernstein's theory, that's the pre-1939 theory, excitation leads to a loss of the normal selectively permeable character of the membrane, with the result that the resting potential falls towards zero during activity. So what they're describing is that leftmost curve that I showed you in 1939. This aspect of the theory is at variance with modern observations, the action potential I showed on the right, and must be rejected. However, a large reversal of membrane potential, that bigger membrane potential on the right, can be obtained if it is assumed that the active membrane does not lose its selective permeability, but reverses the resting condition by becoming highly and specifically permeable to sodium. So they're just saying what's going on is at rest, the membrane is not permeable to sodium. At activity, it is highly permeable to sodium. And they conclude the hypothesis presupposes the existence of a special mechanism which allows sodium ions to traverse the active membrane. So scientists don't often talk about existence, but here they do. Finally, turn to Hodgkin and Katz's summary. They write, this hypothesis is supported by the following observation. I take support to be another word for confirm, by the following observations made with a microelectrode in squid giant axons. The action potential is abolished by sodium-free solutions, but returns to its former value when seawater is replaced. And what they just described in one here is the Overton experiment I described to you at length, the one with the 10 curves. So the hypothesis is supported by the Overton experiment. So what this all suggests is that the explanations of the curves E1 through E10 in the Overton experiment provide confirmation of the hypothesis of a change in membrane permeability and sodium influx. Okay, I'm going to skip this slide. So let me review what this means for hacking. So I take it that Hodgkin and Huxley take the abductive arguments, the hypothetical arguments in the Overton experiment to provide confirmation for the existence of a change in membrane permeability and sodium influx. These are entities, they support entity realism. Okay, so understanding these experiments invite historians and philosophers of science to recognize entity realism. The abductive arguments do not, however, provide evidence for theory realism. If you need another argument for theory realism, you need to find it. Okay, what about 2A and 2B? Well, I argued in section 1 that Hodgkin and Huxley challenged the idea that experiment on an entity does not commit you to believing that it exists. I said that in this period, Hodgkin and Huxley believed in the existence of the action potential and the overshoot. This was what they measured in 1939. And this belief drove them to reject the membrane theory and to seek an alternative. So they believed in the action potential and they believed in the overshoot, and they didn't believe in the membrane theory. But this was before they sprayed action potentials, to speak metaphorically. But in section 2, I argued that Hodgkin and Katz were committed to the existence of membrane permeability and sodium influx, not because they could manipulate them in order to do an experiment on them, something else. Instead, they believed in sodium permeability, membrane permeability, and sodium influx because of hypothetical reasoning. They believed in them because of what I described as compositional abduction. So in the final point, in the Overton experiment, Hodgkin and Katz used hypothetical reasoning. They could manipulate an axon and its action potential, but only postulated the change in membrane permeability and sodium influx. Okay, so here's kind of the hacking scorecard. There is a distinction between entity realism and theory realism. I think that's correct. But I think on the methodological points, hacking has largely gone wrong. Experimenting on an entity does commit a scientist to believing that it exists. You don't require manipulating the entity in order to believe that it exists. And third, hypothetical reasoning does lead scientists to entity realism. But the final moral, apart from hacking, is historians and philosophers of science should recognize that scientists use what I've called compositional abduction, that compositional abduction is not IBE, since IBE is warranted abduction, and compositional abduction is not Peircean abduction, since compositional abduction is meant to provide confirmation. Thank you.
Really nice talk, Ken.
Thank you.
Questions for Ken? I'll jump in here because I think you said a lot that I've thought about before, and you know when
yes, I loved your talk, because I saw, similarities of interest.
Yes, and so when I worked with you and I asked, about entity realism, I was like, well, isn't this just abduction, right? And he was like forcefully against this. He thought about it as, you can see it's a very strong, so he thought about it as kind of deductive. But I think you're certainly right in your conclusion too. I think both me and Sharifa would like to sign on to this, right? Like, I think scientists are often committed just based on these first order interventions. This is why I argued I was like, pharmacological interventions, they gave scientists strong reason. He was like, no, that's not mine. And I eventually published some article where I really took hacking out of the picture. I appealed to like Woodward, you could appeal to a bunch of people, right? Mill, things like that. I was actually going to ask you, so there's an interesting story here because, of course, now we can kind of manipulate action potentials to say things like through gene therapies or electrical stimulation and things like that. So hacking's going to say, well, we didn't actually believe in axons until like, 1990s, 2000s, whereas your story says, well, in the 40s, at least late 40s, we had strong kind of reasons.
These guys did.
Yeah,
These
so
guys
that
did.
might
This
be,
is why I draw a distinction between scientists and philosophers, right?
Yeah,
He
I
could
thought that was
say,
very
I don't
useful
believe
too.
it. He could say, well, I didn't believe it until 1990. Well, good for you. But you're not doing philosophy of science if you're doing autobiographical work. That's different, right?
Yeah, and I think rhetorically that's a nice way to do it. Like, hacking was trying to give an account that could account for scientific practice, and you're kind of like, well, this is actually closer to what practicing scientists were saying. My quick question about compositional abduction. So I'm finding you're hitting this kind of middle ground in between IBE. I guess what you're talking about some kind of defeasible kind of confirmation, I take it.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's all I kind of wanted to know.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the IBE people hate this because the people who like IBE are epistemologists, right?
Yeah.
And, it came from Harman, who was an epistemologist, or at least he was doing epistemology at the time, right? And so to my mind, if you want to understand how science gives you knowledge, then you might be interested in IBE.
Yeah.
But if you want to understand scientific inquiry, right, how scientists use experiments and interpret experiments to get to the truth, or you're going to have something more dynamic where they weigh up reasons, and one reason is an explanation. So last week, last weekend, last Friday and Saturday, I was hosting an interdisciplinary conference with neuroscientists and philosophers, and they would get this. Right? I mean, this is just how they do things. Some neuroscientist says, well, I can explain this data this way. And then the next neuroscientist comes along and says, well, what about this? Why isn't this the correct explanation? So they recognize, first of all, that giving an explanation is a kind of reason. And it's not out of order. It's not like yelling obscenities, right? You have to respond to it, and you have to respond to it in a certain way. And they realize that the usual way to respond is to give a rival hypothesis. So if you want to catch that dynamic that all the neuroscientists there recognized, you need a story that has abduction, and then that deals with the two questions, right? That Harman rolled together, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Alexandra?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for your talk. And I
you.
really think that the imagining of abduction and IBE is really interesting and necessary and everything. I have a question about the possibility of this kind of reasoning leading to entity realism, because I feel and you just tell me if this is, way off, but I think of entity realism as a different kind of thing than theory realism. So theory realism is propositional. Entity realism is about ontology and something that is just not even propositional at all.
Yep.
So the idea that a form of reasoning could lead to it is almost like a category mistake. So when you say that they believe in entities, not because they're used to manipulate other things, but because of this new kind of reasoning that you're suggesting, this hypothetical reasoning, like, I don't think you can reason to an entity. You can reason to a belief about an entity. You can reason to a proposition about an entity. But I feel like the whole idea of entity realism is it's a different kind of thing than theory realism. So my question is what you're suggesting even possible, given what I think entity realism is supposed to be, which is like this seriously ontological kind of theory, not a linguistic propositional, not even the kind of thing that could be involved in argument.
Okay, so this is explanation. So here's where I think that So think about HD explanation. I mean, sorry, DN explanation, right? It's just a proof, right? But that's just a relation between sentences. And I think all of us, I'm going to assume that all of us agree that DN explanation is wrong. Okay, but my view of explanation is it's ontological, that what scientists are doing are not reasoning about the logical consequences of sentences. Instead, they're thinking about physical consequences of physical objects in the world. So when, let's say, Hodgkin and Huxley saw that the action potential was huge, they said, oh, these physical consequences of Bernstein's hypothesis just do not pan out. They were thinking about things in the world, these ions are floating around back and forth across the membrane. They were thinking about things in the world. So for them, for scientists, explanation is about representations of things going on in the world. It's not just relations among sentences per the DN model. So it's really things in the world. I mean, so Carl Craver, in borrowing from Wes Salmon, has this idea of ontic explanation. Maybe you've heard that phrase. And there's a lot of debate about, what did Craver mean? What did Salmon mean? But I think, sort of setting that aside, the idea is that I go back to Jaegwon Kim in this 1994 paper, Explanation and Metaphysical Dependence. And he had the idea that explanations point to our representations of dependence relations among things in the world. And he said there are causal dependencies and there are what he called mereological dependencies. So what he's really thinking about, some things in the world make other things in the world happen. So applying to my case, it's that the change in the membrane permeability has as a physical consequence, the sodium ions rush in and that generates a current. All that's a physical story about things in the world. So it's a theory of explanation that is, maybe 30 years. It's an approach to explanation that's maybe 30 years old. And I think it's the new mechanists kind of have it, but I'm maybe not as unequivocal about it as I am, but I am 100% behind Jaegwon Kim's idea here. So for me, explanation is ontic. And so it really is. I mean, there are ways of not seeing it, but this inference is based on thinking about things in the world. And that's what makes it ontic.
All right, so I'm happy to introduce Veronica Vieland from The Ohio State University. She's going to talk about Hacking's law of likelihood, so I'll just pass it on to you, Veronica.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for attending, and thanks to the organizers for this opportunity to present. No, that didn't work. Here's an outline of what I'm going to talk about. I have a brief preamble and then 4 parts. Hacking's 1965 law of likelihood, what it is. Part 2, what it is not. Part 3, why not? Why isn't it that, which it is not? And then part 4, how hacking pointed us toward what it could be or what it could still be. So, preamble. There are 2 familiar schools of statistical inference with different primitives. This was Hacking's way of describing these schools in terms of their primitives. There's frequentism. If you're looking at p-values, hypothesis tests, that's all frequentist statistics based on, as a primitive, long run or physical probabilities. I think we're going to hear some more about those soon. And then Bayesianism, which is based on degrees of belief as primitive. In his 1965 book, Logic of Statistical Inference, Hacking articulated the basis of a 3rd school of statistical thought, which oddly to this day really doesn't have its own name. It's sometimes called likelihoodism or pure likelihoodism, or the term I prefer, evidentialism. And it's based on what Hacking called the law of likelihood. And Hacking himself says he's drawing on a literature going back to Bernoulli, to also Fisher, Barnard, and some others in the middle of the 20th century. But he was articulating this from a philosophical point of view in a novel way. Hacking himself came to view evidentialism as fatally flawed. He basically seems to have completely given up on it. Nevertheless, the school still has a small but active group of practitioners, myself included, and I thought it might be helpful for context to say something about myself. I originally trained as a philosopher of science, so I have a PhD in philosophy from many decades ago. But I then retrained and I spent my career, and still am spending my career, as a working statistical geneticist, developing evidentialist statistical tools for modeling genetic phenomena. So I'm embedded in molecular and clinical genetic laboratories, working with developing and applying statistical tools, but always from an evidentialist framework, because that's the framework I love. In my experience, the law of likelihood provides a uniquely logical basis for statistical inference, particularly in the sciences, biological sciences, biomedical, and social sciences. But I also agree with the basis of hacking's later skepticism. So that leaves me with a big problem when I'm trying to do my job. And I was really delighted to see the announcement for this conference, because given hacking's seminal role in formulating the law and then in critiquing it, I thought this conference was a perfect occasion to revisit this topic. Okay, a couple of additional seminal texts on evidentialism that I'm going to be referring to: Anthony Edwards' book, Likelihood. And the key here maybe is the chronology. So Hacking's book is 1965. Edwards writes Likelihood in 1972. And then I'm mostly going to be talking about Richard Royal, and his book, Statistical Evidence, a Likelihood Paradigm, came out in 1997. And although I'm going to be critical in particular of Royal, these are great books and I highly recommend them. I'll put all the references up again at the end in case you develop an interest in any of these as I'm talking. Also, full disclosure, some of what I'm going to be talking about overlaps with an earlier paper of mine from the Philosophy of Science, Measurement of Statistical Evidence, picking up where Hacking and others left off. But today's talk has new material on Royal and some new thoughts on the law of likelihood. So, part one, what is the law of likelihood? I'm paraphrasing Hacking here, but the law of likelihood says very simply that hypothesis A is better supported by the data than hypothesis B if and only if A assigns higher probability to the data than does B. That is, A is supported over B whenever this probability of the data on A is greater than the probability of the data on B. This is a paraphrase. Hacking's language is much more explicit and specific, builds a lot more into this statement, but I think it's a fair paraphrase. So to make this concrete, take a simple example. We're tossing a coin, and I've put in bold here these three lines. We have two hypotheses. We're going to be comparing evidence for one hypothesis compared to the other. We have data. We have to have data for an evidentialist analysis, and we have a model, statistical model. Those are the three components that have to be present for any evidential statistical analysis. So our hypotheses, I'm just making up an example. Hypothesis A, coin is biased towards heads, and I'm going to say biased with this particular probability of heads being 3/4. Hypothesis B, the coin is fair, the probability of heads is 1/2. Now I have data. Let's say I've tossed the coin 6 times and it landed heads 5 of those times. Then I have a binomial distribution, which is what describes ordinary coin tossing, and that lets me calculate these probabilities. The probability on hypothesis A of the data that we actually saw is 0.36. Probability on hypothesis B is 0.09, and since the first number is bigger than the second, the law of likelihood tells us that the first hypothesis is preferred by the data, better supported, or the evidence favors hypothesis A over hypothesis B. And this is exactly how we would reason about coin tossing, right? If you're watching a coin toss and you're seeing that the coin is landing heads more often than half of the time, then you start to think, well, the hypothesis that the coin is probably a biased coin, right? The law of likelihood is simply formalizing that intuition and no more. Very simple, intuitively compelling. Hacking, Edwards, Royal give many additional lovely illustrations. But the law of likelihood is not trivial. Adherence to it leads to a distinct inferential framework. For example, it's easy to construct examples in which a frequentist hypothesis test rejects the null hypothesis at the 0.05 level or whatever, but the law of likelihood tells us to prefer the null over the alternative on the given data. That's easy to make up those kinds of little simple toy examples. Or we can construct examples in which the frequentist fails to achieve replication of a statistically significant finding and might conclude, therefore, the original finding was probably a false positive, when the law of likelihood would find that the replication study also favors the alternative. So it's a simple law, but not at all trivial. The stakes for understanding statistical data are high, the stakes in whether or not we agree to conform to the law of likelihood. We can also rephrase the law in terms of the likelihood ratio, the LR. So if probability on A is bigger than probability B, that was our condition, we could just put one on top of the other and say, rephrase the law as saying that A is better supported by the given data than B whenever the likelihood ratio is greater than 1. So in our example, just have a concrete number. 0.36 was the probability on A, 0.09 the probability under hypothesis B, and if we take the ratio, we get a 4. Hacking's Edward Royal, they all agree that a likelihood ratio of 4 tells us that the data support A over B. The issue at hand is going to be what, if anything, that value of 4 means. Okay, part 2, law of likelihood, what it is not. So this is Royal's restatement of the law from page 3 of his book. Law of likelihood: if hypothesis A implies that the probability that a random variable big X takes the value little x is PA of X, while hypothesis B implies that the probability is PB of X, then the observation big X equals little x is evidence supporting A over B, if and only if PA of X is bigger than PB of X. So that is a little more verbose. He brings in random variables and big X and little x, but essentially it's the same paraphrase that I gave. So although he puts hacking 1965 at the end of this quote, he's not quoting hacking, he's paraphrasing hacking just as I was doing. But that portion I think is a perfectly fair paraphrase of hacking. But then Royal goes on and adds this other clause. He says, and the likelihood ratio, as I defined it, measures the strength of that evidence. Again, now he says hacking 1965, but this second clause is not from hacking. Hacking never said any such thing. Indeed, in a 1972 review of Edwards' book, when Edwards' book came out, hacking explicitly denies this second clause. And he says, he says, now suppose the actual LR, but he's talking about the log LR, but the likelihood ratio between the two hypotheses is R, and suppose this is also the ratio between two other hypotheses in a quite different model. I know of no compelling argument that the ratio R means the same, those are his single quotes, in these two contexts. And if the likelihood ratio does not mean the same level of evidence across applications, then in what sense can it be a measure of evidence strength, as Royal is saying it is? The original law on its own allows us to determine which of two hypotheses is better supported by the data, but not by how much. And as Hacking himself points out, this seems insufficient as a basis for much of statistical inference or much of the practice of statistical reasoning. As he says, much can be done with mere comparisons of support, that is, which hypothesis is better supported than the other. But we want numerical measures of the degree to which data support hypotheses. Now, that's from his book. He was already thinking this way. It's from the beginning of a chapter where he kind of revisits Fisher's fiducial argument, if you're familiar with that. But all of his comments in that chapter, he repeatedly says are quite tentative, and he clearly doesn't think that he solved this problem. But he points out that this is something that we would like. It's a problem we'd like to solve, how to measure evidence. And both Edwards and Royal seem to have arrived at that same conclusion. That is, evidentialists, we need this other thing, this numerical measure. Therefore, Royal actually includes that clause in his version of the law, and Edwards also adds a likelihood. He paraphrases Hacking's law of likelihood, sort of again, just as I did and Royal did, but then he adds a likelihood axiom to the same effect, that the likelihood ratio measures the strength of the evidence. So to recap, what Hacking's law of likelihood is: the hypothesis that assigns higher probability to the observed data is the better supported hypothesis. What it is not: that first clause plus the likelihood ratio measures the degree of that support, or equivalently the strength of the evidence. I'll go back and forth between talking about support and evidence. Hacking and Edwards prefer support. Royal and many others in the field talk about evidence, so I'm using those phrases interchangeably. But evidentialists all seem to agree that we need more than the law on its own can provide. We also need a measure of the degree of support, or equivalently of the evidence strength. Okay, so why not use Royal's version of the law? Royal was aware of Hacking's critique, and he cites Hacking's review of Edwards in his book, and he sought to justify the measurement clause that he inserted into his version of the law of likelihood. just a little bit of terminology to follow his argument. We might have prior probabilities. Before looking at the data, we might say, well, the probability of that this is a biased coin, the probability of hypothesis A is 0.6, the probability of hypothesis B is 0.4. In general, evidentialists don't like prior probabilities, but you could have them. You could get them from somewhere. It doesn't matter. I just need some numbers for the example. Then we'd have a prior probability ratio before looking at any data, 0.6 over 0.4 or 1.5. That's also often called the prior odds. The posterior probability ratio, that is after looking at the data, is given by Bayes' theorem, a form of Bayes' theorem. So on the left, we have in the numerator, the probability of hypothesis A on the data, the denominator, the probability of hypothesis B. This is also referred to as the posterior odds. And what that equals is, by Bayes' theorem, the prior odds or the prior probability ratio times, and then this term on the right is the likelihood ratio. The posterior probability ratio is the prior probability ratio times the likelihood ratio, or it's a little bit easier to say in its more usual form, the posterior odds is the prior odds times the likelihood ratio. So in our coin tossing example, the posterior odds would be 1.5. That was the prior probability ratio times 4. That's our likelihood ratio for our particular example. And that happens to be 6. Whereas if we had different priors, say ahead of time, we said the coin was equally likely to to have a probability of heads of 3/4 or 1/2, then we'd have prior odds of 1. And the posterior odds would be 1 times 4 equals 4. So we'd get different posterior odds. But in both cases, the prior odds is multiplied by 4 to get the posterior odds. And that's Røed's argument, that the likelihood ratio always means the same amount of evidence. He says, observations with a likelihood ratio of 4 are evidence strong enough to quadruple a prior probability ratio. There are no circumstances where the effect is different, say where a likelihood ratio of 4 produces a 3-fold or a 5-fold increase. That is, whether we care to assign prior odds or not, a likelihood ratio of a given magnitude is always the factor that would relate the prior odds to the posterior odds, regardless of what the prior odds might be. And this much is certainly true. I am not going to argue with Bayes' theorem. But as an argument that the likelihood ratio always means the same strength of evidence, I find it a bit baffling. I put a bit baffling on the slide. I actually find it quite odd for two and a half reasons, 3 reasons really, but I'm going to talk about 2. First, note that neither Hacking, Edwards, or Røed himself argues that the posterior odds measures the evidence strength. I would understand the argument a little better if Røed were saying, look, what I really want is the posterior odds. That's my measure of evidence strength, but I can't get the posterior odds because I'm an evidentialist and I don't like prior odds. So I'm going to make do with the likelihood ratio. But that's not the argument. He's not particularly interested in the posterior odds. None of these evidentialists claim that that's the evidence. So if the posterior odds is not the evidence strength, then what is the relevance of Bayes' theorem to the question of what the likelihood ratio means vis-a-vis evidence strength? I find it almost like a kind of red herring. I don't quite understand why we're suddenly talking about posterior odds. But maybe more importantly, I certainly don't see how this role for the LR settles the issue of means the same. So to take a little analogy, suppose I'm interested in obtaining the area A of a rectangle. There's a top length T and a side length S, and we know the formula for the area. It's T times S equals the area, right? And let's say for some reason we don't know T, but we do have a way of measuring the length of the side, and we get a measurement of 4. Now, let's say we have a different rectangle, but the same situation. I don't know the length of the top, but I know that the length of the side for rectangle 2 is also 4. Then I could say, as Røed says, SI, where I just indexes whether we're on rectangle 1 or 2, equals 4, quadruples the length of the top in calculating the area. There are no circumstances where the effect is different, say, where S equals 4 produces a 3-fold or a 5-fold increase going from the length of the top to the area. Right? That's exactly Røed's argument. But does this tell us that 4 always means the same amount of length? For example, even in my drawing, you can see the first side is measured in centimeters and the second side in inches. The factor by which we multiply the top to get the area is 4 in both cases, but this doesn't mean that 4 centimeters equals 4 inches. means the same, in Hacking's phrase, requires us to specify units with respect to underlying evidence strength, and nothing in Royal's argument ensures constancy of likelihood ratio units across applications. So I just don't buy the argument. Third, and I'm not going to go into this, but there are other problems with Royal's argument having to do with composite hypotheses, which complicate the application of Bayes' theorem and raise some additional issues. That's something I talked about more in that 2017 philosophy of science paper that I referred to, and I'm not going to dwell on it now. But I don't think we need to complicate things to undercut Royal's argument, even in the simplest case of this simple hypothesis comparison that he's considering. I think his core argument fails. And I'm unaware of any other argument that a likelihood ratio of 4 always means the same degree of evidence. So to recap this section very briefly, like Hacking, I think it's a mistake to include in the law of likelihood the claim that the likelihood ratio measures the strength of evidence. In fact, I don't think that's true. Okay, how Hacking pointed us toward what the law of likelihood could still be. In his review of Edwards, Hacking's language is very clear that what evidentialism requires is a proper measure of evidence strength. But what does this have to do with the law of likelihood? Recall that the law of likelihood is, in Hacking's reconstruction of the logic of inference, a primitive. He calls it a law for a reason. And I think he may have missed a key point here, Edwards as well. Invoking the law as a primitive in no way requires, the law is about the likelihood ratio, but that doesn't require that the likelihood ratio itself needs to be the missing measure of evidence strength. Indeed, in general, measurement scales are not themselves fundamental laws. These are just two different types of things we're dealing with here. But if the likelihood ratio doesn't measure the evidence, what other options do we have while remaining true to the law of likelihood? And I'm just to give you the flavor, and this again is from my 2017 paper, back to our coin tossing experiment. So we have to have particular data, 6 tosses, 5 of which land heads. I'm just drawing a likelihood ratio graph here. So I've got the probability of heads equals 1/2 up to the probability of heads 1. I'm considering all possible values for the probability of heads. Also, the coin could be biased towards tail, but I'm not going to go in the other direction. I'm just showing sort of half the graph. And then here's the likelihood ratio for each possible probability of heads and for the given data, 5 out of 6 tosses. So that's likelihood ratio is really a graph, or in a higher dimensional space is a volume. So there are different things we could read off of this graph. One is to go back to the simple likelihood ratio, where PA of X, probability on hypothesis A that the coin lands heads is 3/4. We could go there, read up, then read across, and we get a likelihood ratio to within rounding of 4, as we had before. That would be the evidence per Royal's version of the law of likelihood. We could also find the maximum of that graph and then read across. We'd get a slightly different version of the likelihood ratio. It's a little bigger. It's 4.29. This is something that Edwards spends a lot of time on, the maximum. Or we could find the area under the graph, which happens to be, in this case, 1.4. And in that 2017 paper, I argued that if we were to take the maximum over the area, which happens to be the number 3, that particular ratio has better properties as an evidence measure than that simple likelihood ratio itself, without causing violations of the law, or at least generally the spirit of the law. We need to generalize the law slightly. So I don't think that's a general solution to the problem of evidence measurement, although I'm also citing a paper of ours in which we worked out a much more general solution along the same lines. But it illustrates a key point, which is that once we decouple the need for a proper evidence measure, or proper measure of evidence strength, from the law of likelihood, we can retain the law as our primitive. A is supported over B on given data whenever the likelihood ratio is greater than 1. While simultaneously working toward a compatible measure of evidence strength that always means the same. So, just to sum up, I think the law of likelihood remains a compelling basis for statistical practice, but as Hacking pointed out, evidentialism also requires a numerical measure of the degree to which data support hypotheses. Hacking came to view the absence of meaningful units for the LR as a fatal flaw in the evidentialist program, but I think the very language of his critique and his insight, really setting things up as a measurement problem, suggests that we could take a more expansive view of how the likelihood ratio might relate to the underlying evidence strength. And finally, decoupling the measurement scale from the law of likelihood is possible, and I would argue critical to shoring up the evidentialist program. And with that, as promised, I'll just put up the references and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Veronica, for a very rich talk. Questions for Veronica? I was very interested in this, so it's kind of mysterious why Røed is using this number 4 as a number of evidence. It seems to me, I don't know, based on how you were talking about it at the end, is he trying to identify some threshold? Is there some mathematical property of that kind of ratio? It's something like 3 standard deviations if we're talking about bell curves, like so I guess, was he trying to kind of establish a threshold for, like, yes, we have evidence at this point, and maybe, but you would think there would be quantitative differences. If you have 10, isn't that better evidence or something like that? And I mean, I'm kind of curious how that informs your, because you're talking
Right.
about this PSA paper where you said, well, 3 is actually a better number. So
Right.
maybe just some clarification on that.
Yeah, so a couple of points there. One is, yeah, I mean, I think all evidentialists would say 10 is stronger evidence than 4 if you're in any one context. And Edwards is very explicit, you got to stay in one context. But if you're doing an analysis in one doing coin tossing, and then you're doing some other kind of genetic analysis somewhere else, you're in a different context, 10 may still be more evidence than 4 within that context. But what nobody seems to have an argument for is saying that 10 in both contexts means the same thing. So I can't compare evidence strength across different experiments, for example. So that becomes problematic, even if you have sort of a relative scale where we know as the likelihood ratio gets bigger, the evidence is sort of going up. There's several interesting discussions. Røed does attempt to argue that you can, thinking, actually, he uses a simple coin tossing experiment, and he says you can sort of get a sense of your own intuitions about how, let's say you're considering the coin lands, the probably the coin lands heads is 1 versus a half, and you're tossing the coin and it's landing heads, 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 and you sort of get this intuition. Well, if it's landed heads 2 times, I start to think could be biased 4 times, 8 times. By the time it's landed heads 16 times, the evidence is really strong. And he says, just go off and use that in other contexts. And that's becomes very problematic as soon as you start going to other contexts and thinking, like, in genetic experiments where those kinds of events become, we have so many of them, we don't know what to do with them. So there have been attempts to sort of bridge the question of what is the measure of evidence strength from the question of how strong is strong enough. When do I know that the evidence is strong enough? I mean, that's the beauty of a frequentist analysis. You make a threshold 0.05 and then you make a decision or not. And evidentialists in general don't do that. I think that Edwards has a very nice discussion of this, and Hacking comments on it in his review. I think of a proper measure of evidence strength like a measure of temperature. If you have a well-calibrated thermometer, you know that temperature is 80 degrees. That doesn't answer the question of, is 80 degrees strong enough? You have to develop an intuitive field. Well, I'm trying to decide whether to go swimming or not. Over time, I learn whether 80 degrees is warm enough Fahrenheit, say, for me to go swimming. But if you're trying to melt steel, 80 degrees is definitely not warm enough, right? So I think that you can talk about the measure of the strength of the evidence separately from the question of, is it strong enough and when? And that's something you sort of develop a contextual feeling for. So that was several answers folded in together. But I think you raised several very interesting and actually quite subtle issues for the topic.
I wonder, maybe you could clarify why it doesn't. So I'm taking the position of Røed, like, well, this is just a statistical property. Why? it wasn't clear to me, at least, why it would change in different contexts, except for these kind of power issues about like how good is your test, basically. Or I mean, it's based on observation, so it's going to be different.
So, I mean, one problem is just, which is, I think, the way hacking puts it, if you don't have a compelling argument that that likelihood ratio does always mean the same amount of evidence, then why would you believe that it does, right? So one thing is just we lack the sufficient evidence to believe that it measures the strength of the evidence. The business about different contexts, some of this does go to much more realistic application, context of application, where you don't have one specific value for each parameter that you're interested in, but you say coin is fair versus biased. You're not going to say in advance how biased is it. So you have infinitely many possible values in the numerator. And you get into all kinds of trouble. There's just no way for the evidentialist really to deal with that case. So people start using the maximum likelihood ratio, and that gets you into certain kind of troubles or whatever. And then it becomes clear pretty quickly in practice that if you have a much higher dimensional space, for example, and you're maximizing, all your likelihood ratios are going to be much bigger than they are in the lower dimensional space. So now that's tied to using the maximum. So you get into a lot of technical difficulties, but I can tell you just trying to analyze actual data, it just becomes impossible. You have two different versions of the likelihood ratio, for example, and one of them you get a 4 and the other you get a 3. You really have no way of knowing, is that a property of the model you used or so it becomes a mess very quickly.
Are there any other questions for Veronica? I mean, I might just ask to clarify the status of it, because it's used, likelihood ratios are used pretty widely, I take it, and within different statistical kind of paradigms, and it seems to be widely used. But is it right, the norms around its use are pretty blurry, and certainly the norms for thresholds are, you don't have anything like just this conventional practice. Let's set P at 0.05.
I mean, okay, but I'm glad you said conventional practice, right? Because that is just a convention. And there's a lot of discussion in the statistical, even in frequentist circles, about whether you should always use that threshold or whether there are better ones, right? Bayesians, they use something called a Bayes factor, and there are also arguments about, well, how big is big enough? I do think that thresholds need to be tied to the context of application. So likelihood ratios themselves are, they're ubiquitous. They form the basis of Neiman-Pearson statistical practice. And so they're all over the place. The generalized chi-square likelihood ratio test is just the likelihood ratio, but then it's turned into a frequentist test where you look at the null distribution and you get a cutoff. I think what's really special about the likelihood ratio in the context of evidentialism is Hacking's law of likelihood. It's the fact that we take this is our core religious belief, right? That the data favor the hypothesis that gives you the bigger likelihood, gives you the positive likelihood ratio. Well, depending on what's in the numerator. And that is something that it's a subtle point, but these other schools of thought violate that law, right? Frequentism violates that law. As I said, you can get an example where you reject the null hypothesis, but the data actually favor the null over the alternative, if the likelihood ratio is your measure of which is favored. So I think the law of likelihood is absolutely the crux of the whole thing here.
Yeah. Well, very good. So let's give Veronica a hand. We have about...
Thank you all.
All right. Well, I'm happy to introduce Conor Barry from St. Thomas University, and you're going to talk about hacking on objective and subjective probability.
That's correct. Thank you so much for this opportunity. No total consensus exists among philosophers and scientific practitioners of statistics about how philosophical theories of probability relate to these disciplines. Indeed, even the meaning of different terms, like subjective and objective probability, is disputed. The purpose of this paper is, therefore, simply to clarify Hacking's own use of the expression subjective probability and objective probability. In so doing, I will trace a single thread that links his 4 books and numerous articles on the topic of statistics and probability. Hacking's treatment of probability and statistics is unified by his contrast between the subjective and objective concepts. The contrast between these two notions Hacking likely drew from Rudolf Carnap. Furthermore, his choice to highlight Bernoulli's theorem, or the law of large numbers, in his 2 historical works derives from its central treatment in the major works on the foundations of probability from which Hacking drew. Hacking continues to allude to these various approaches in his introductory textbook work, further underscoring the through thread of objective and subjective probability in his work. Ian Hacking produced 4 books and numerous articles on the topics of probability and statistics. Hacking's approach shifts in such a way that he bridges the gap between 2 periods in the philosophy of science. Nevertheless, there is continuity linking all 4 works on these topics. Hacking's 1965 work, The Logic of Statistical Inference, is the first of the 4. The Emergence of Probability, published first in 1975, and 1990's The Taming of Chance constitute 2 historical works which chronicle the early history of probability and the development of statistical science. The 4th work, 2002's Introduction to Probability and Inductive Logic, completes the work. It is a kind of coda which revisits many of the notions elaborated first in the logic of statistical inference. The major philosophical thesis put forth in the first work is that there are 2 fundamental philosophical approaches to probability, the subjective and objective conceptions. Those who hold to a subjective interpretation of probability maintain that probability is a function of subjective credence or belief. Those who hold to the objective conception of probability, in contrast, maintain that probability is in some sense a feature of the world. The first work reflects an era where establishing the foundations of the sciences was still a major goal of philosophers of science. Indeed, works by the 2 arguably premier philosophers of science, Rudolf Carnap and Karl Popper, figure centrally in Hacking's analysis. Carnap's Logical Foundations of Probability and Popper's The Logic of Scientific Discovery both offer extensive considerations of the relation between probability, statistical inference, epistemology, and the scientific method. These philosophers of science are, indeed, placed in dialogue with other contemporary figures who have attempted to establish a foundation for probability. Through his treatment of these various thinkers, Hacking shows how these individual thinkers provide more specific articulations of alternatives which correspond to either general classification. According to Hacking, in the logic of statistical inference, the frequentist view sees probability as a feature of the way the world is. Probability is aleatory rather than a function of human credence. Popper's approach comes close to this view. Hacking notes that Popper talks about the propensity of objects to exhibit certain probabilities. Though Carnap names them probability 1 and probability 2, Hacking makes use of the terms objective and subjective probability. Although also attempts to arrive at foundations, the works of Harold Jeffreys and John Maynard Keynes contain many historical allusions to figures like Pascal and Fermat, Leibniz and Laplace. This encounter with the works of Keynes and Jeffreys perhaps prepared Hacking to begin to explore the historical origins of probability in The Emergence of Probability and The Taming of Chance. A single significant topic links the historical treatment of the concept of probability in those 2 historical works. This is Bernoulli's theorem, or the weak law of large numbers. The preoccupation with Bernoulli's theorem began in the logic of statistical inference. The historical origin is treated as the emergence of a central scientific concept. Hacking indeed uses a formulation which resembles Carnap's mathematical formulation of Bernoulli's theorem in The Emergence of Probability. Bernoulli's theorem, or the weak law of large numbers, becomes the paradigmatic example of Hacking's presentation on the topic. The dynamics of this example indeed underlie the tension between subjective and objective conceptions of probability. Bernoulli's theorem can be interpreted that stating as the number of instances of an equiprobable event approaches the infinite, the probability becomes certain. The question is whether this is an objective property or a tendency of objects. or it is a subjective function of the belief of or expectation, a belief or expectation. Hacking returns to this consideration in The Taming of Chance, when treating Poisson, who coined the term law of large numbers. Hacking perhaps chose to feature these two expressions centrally because they are given extensive treatment by Popper and Carnap, Jeffreys and Keynes. The historical approach to the foundation of probability and statistics are favored over practical presentation. The law of large numbers exemplifies the tension between these two perspectives. That, for instance, a coin tends to show heads 1/2 of the time as the number of tosses increases, would seem to be an expression of a physical property of the coin. Indeed, the law of large numbers is given central consideration in the two historical works, The Emergence of Probability and The Taming of Chance. If, however, we consider that a half probability becomes absolute or certain as the number of tosses approaches infinity, we seem to have departed from the realm of physical possibility. Rather, the mathematical formulation of Bernoulli's law, called by Poisson the law of large numbers, would appear more conducive with a subjective probability interpretation. We believe or imagine this outcome. Hacking first explores in The Emergence of Probability the etymology of the word. This enables hacking to indicate its fundamental connection with notions of belief. At the same time, the aleatory notion of probability as equipossibility of outcomes also arises in the matrix of early modernity. Hacking's selection of the two alternative concepts enables him to both trace and scrutinize the alternative uses of the word amongst experts in probability and statisticians. This clarity about the two concepts in opposition lends considerable coherence to a discussion on a wide range of topics. A similar perspectival dilemma meets us with the central limit theorem. The central limit theorem affirms that as the number increases, a sample mean taken will approximate greater the mean of a given population. This ties the consideration to the normal distribution and other distributions like the binomial or Poisson distribution. As the number of instants increases, a curve will come to approximate the Gaussian or normal distribution. This, similarly, might be regarded as a propensity of particular kinds of things, such as Quetelet's regimental chests. At the same time, it might be merely a function of belief or idealized expectation. This unresolved and perhaps unresolvable oscillation between empirical conditions and rational inference rests at the heart of the philosophical story hacking tells. Although the early modern philosophical tradition stresses a contrast between a priori and a posteriori, probability and statistics appear to necessitate a sort of fusion of these two elements. We have, with probability, empirically dependent mathematics, which also demands the use of the infinite. This produces an amalgam both eclectic and unsatisfying with the purest temperament of the tough-minded empiricist or the tender-minded rationalist described by William James. Curiously, hacking pairs the arch-rationalist Leibniz and the pragmatist Peirce as philosophical observers of the rise of probability in statistics. Leibniz projects the inductive logic program, which Carnap realizes, and Peirce elaborates a philosophical perspective which allows for the reality of the probable and the uncertain in scientific endeavor. It is significant to note that Hacking's doctoral dissertation at Cambridge was on the notion of proof and natural deduction. Hacking wrote a textbook of logic, and in the early phase appears to have considered himself primarily as a logician. This final textbook of 2002 marks a return to such an approach. At the same time, the work profits from everything Hacking had learned from the logic of statistical inference through the emergence of probability and the taming of chance. This work presents concepts and exercises, but also offers significant historical digressions and philosophical asides. This work also centrally considers Bernoulli's theorem, and Hacking then, in the subsequent chapter, introduces the normal distribution. He links this to the central limit theorem. All the central figures, such as Carnap, Popper, von Mises, Keynes, and Jeffreys, are alluded to in the course of the discussion, and this brings Hacking's treatment full circle. This paper has been an attempt to show a linking thread in Hacking's work on statistics and probability. The goal has not been so much to directly illuminate the history of the philosophy of these approaches. Rather, the goal is to offer Hacking's reader insight into a thread which runs through the work. Given Hacking's great influence on the study of philosophy and the history of probability and statistics, the hope is to shed light on discussions external to Hacking's work. At the same time, the central argument of this paper is meant, above all, to help initiate a wider discussion about Ian Hacking's work in the philosophy of probability and statistics in and of itself. Hacking's treatment of probability and statistics is unified by his contrast between the subjective and objective concepts of probability. The contrast between these two notions Hacking likely drew from Rudolf Carnap. Furthermore, his choice to highlight both Bernoulli's theorem in his two historical works derives from its central treatment in the major works on the foundations of probability from which Hacking drew. Hacking continues to allude to these various approaches in his introductory textbook work, further underscoring the through thread of objective and subjective probability in his work. So that's okay. So that's the paper, I guess. If there are any questions, yep.
Thank you, Conor. Very illuminating paper. I think, yeah, not enough people are working on these topics, and I think you give a compelling kind of historical story about how these bits all fit together. Is your background's in philosophy?
Yeah, that's correct. I teach political science, but my background's in philosophy. So,
Yes.
For this paper, the hope is simply kind of like compositional. It's to find to speculate about how Hacking drew together the connections in his work and the central unifying theme. That's more my goal than anything, to kind of see to attempt to show how Hacking the through thread that links the four books more than to speak about its implications.
Yeah.
Yep.
And of course, what's a bit more interesting to the HPS community is like in Emergence of Probability and Taming of Chance, the kind of discussion of the emergence of these kinds of styles as as kind of contingent historical events, like associated with the rise of kind of social statistics, the census, demographic data, and things like that. Do you have any thoughts about that aspect of Ian's works, how it fits in?
Well, I guess I touched on it very superficially, but for me, what the argument I'm putting forth is and I'm just testing it in a certain sense. Yeah. If it seems like such a truism, like what I'm saying is such a truism that it's banal, then that will be very instructive for me. But I guess the idea is simply that Hacking found in Carnap that he was reading these foundational works. He wasn't thinking historically, and was more foundational in the early phase. And that might be incorrect. You would know it much better. So that he may have had that intent even in 1965 or earlier. But there was a sense in which Keynes and Jeffries and Carnap were all aiming in a way that kind of paralleled like Russell and Frege or foundational projects, a kind of foundation of inductive logic and probability. Hacking seemed to be doing that initially, and that engendered the conceptual recognition of subjective and objective probability clearly as alternatives. And then I'm saying he kind of turned in this Foucault kind of Kuhn way historically to kind of trace the origin of these concepts in the two subsequent works. And so I'm positing a kind of causality in terms of his composition, that he kind of came up with the idea of this clear division and then traces it and then revisits it in his final textbook. And I don't know, maybe this is totally a total misunderstanding of the causality of how Hacking even wrote these works. But that's what I'm positing, I guess. And if anybody's able to challenge this, I would be very grateful if I'm kind of on the wrong track here.
Yeah, no, I mean, the way you put it, I think, is exactly right. He's a more kind of traditional analytic philosopher looking at inductive logic in the 60s, and then Emergence of Probability often taken to be a very important text in historical epistemology, the Stanford School kind of disunity of science way of looking at these things. So I think like the 70s books, they are really they're starting that kind of second phase of hacking. I don't think anyone's formalized this, but I think 75 would be a decent kind of in the 70s widely. He's taking this kind of practice based approach. So
and I guess the hope is simply by clarifying, because I was speaking with a colleague who's a statistician who has a great interest in by training in philosophy of statistics, and he was, I don't know if people would be able to clarify this. He was saying to me that it's really like in a certain sense, I took it as axiomatic, the subjective objective distinction, that it has one has to do with belief, the other has to do with frequency. But he said among statistical practitioners, and as it moves into Bayesianism and other it's very complicated, and that particular formulation doesn't necessarily apply. So I wanted to qualify in some ways and say, no, this is just and my hope is my objective is simply to accurately characterize Ian Hacking's trajectory, and maybe I haven't even done that. It's possible if anybody has clearer understanding of this work, that's my hope that I can be corrected. Or
Jamie?
Yeah, thank you for your talk. I am a total novice with this topic, both in general and also with hacking. So this comment might be pointing you down a blind alley, so apologies if that's the case. But I have this vague recollection of one of Hacking's papers on philosophical logic from, I think, 65, at least like in the mid 60s-ish, where he, so he's framing things against the same sort of interlocutors that you're kind of talking about, which I do think speaks credence to your idea that he's initially engaged in these kind of foundationalist projects. In that paper, from what I remember, he talks about logicism, but he tries to move past it really quickly. There's kind of like this like hasty sense in which, like, okay, the logicism project has been defeated, and he makes these kind of general gestures at like, okay, there needs to be some sort of kind of a different direction. I don't remember exactly what he says, but it might be worth kind of checking it out, checking out some of his paper. I think this was published in like Philosophical Studies or something like that.
That's great.
And because if that's the case, if he really is kind of hasty to kind of move on from that, you might see kind of an ambivalence in the early hacking that like maybe takes off in a more concrete direction by the time you get to emergence of probability. But again, like that's a vague memory on mine.
Well, that's the hope. And I guess yeah, no, and maybe I'm overstating because the title of the book is The Logic of Statistical Inference, and maybe I've overstressed it's that even at that stage it's foundational quality, and there's a kind of recognition of a kind of move away from that model. No, that's a great observation, and again, it's I appreciate that, and these are precisely the kind of the things I'm looking for. Yeah, I appreciate. See, there's a
comment from Powell thanking you for the talk.
Oh,
so the question is, perhaps you may know what attracted Hacking to this topic of probability and its historical background. Did he have personal contact with Dick Jeffrey, who was the assistant of Carnap?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah. I think it may be mentioned in the acknowledgments of the logic of statistical inference. That's I'm actually not sure. But I didn't realize that I didn't recognize. I didn't know of that connection. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, if there's not any more questions, Jamie, you're supposed to start at 1:20. Do you want to start up at 1:20? I don't know if you had people coming then.
I think Kareem said that he might try to join around then. So if
we do a 20-minute break.
Okay, thanks so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Conor.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I think it's a very good project.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I'm happy to introduce the final speaker of today, Jamie Shaw, who's at University of Hannover, as well as some work at U of T, Toronto. So he's going to talk about Ian hacking and science policy, and I'll just turn it over to you, Jamie.
All right. Thanks, John. Yeah, so my talk is going to be trying to investigate themes in hacking's corpus. The most notable one is styles of reasoning, but other ones like historical contingency and intervention are going to show up as well, specifically in the context of science policy. This is part of what I hope to be kind of a larger project. The case study I'm using here is in psychotherapy, which is obviously a case very close to hacking's heart. But I have some preliminary kind of sense that the story that I tell here can be told in a lot of other domains as well. So I'm not going to focus on that here. I'll just make some more sweeping conclusions at the end and have a sense that there's a little bit more than the one case kind of motivating it. I also want to just start by asking for a little bit of forgiveness. So this case study is about a very messy practice with a bunch of people who go in and they mess it up and they don't recognize how each other messed it up. So the subject material itself is very messy, and I'm not using that as an excuse for sloppy analysis, but I ask for some patience as I try to spin a coherent narrative out of the subject material. Okay, so one thing that has become increasingly recognized, at least vocally in psychotherapy, is that treatment using a single therapeutic modality or a single approach to therapy typically is not enough for providing good treatment. So the result is that more and more it is being held, at least in general, to be the gold standard to use what's called multimodal therapy, or the incorporation of multiple therapeutic modalities in clinical practice. But there remains questions, despite the fact that this idea seems very clear, what exactly this means. And one of the things I'm going to be talking about throughout this talk is some obstacles that get in the way of actually effectively implementing science policy grounded in multimodal approaches. So to give you a sense of the mess, let's start at a more theoretical level. So here's two often thought of as distinct approaches to therapy. You can run a similar story with many other versions. So here's cognitive behavioral therapy. This is a very common definition. CBT focuses on challenging and changing cognitive distortion, thoughts, beliefs, and attitudes, and their associated behaviors. Dialectical behavioral therapy attempts to strike a balance between acceptance of circumstances and attempts to change thinking. These certainly sound very different, but the language that I've kind of enlarged here allows for the possibility that these kind of things might be actually compatible with one another. So to use hacking's language, there's a certain looseness of fit that is often baked into these definitions, would make it unclear to what extent they're compatible or rival approaches to therapy. So instead of doing things theoretically, we might look at things a little bit more methodologically. So we see increasing talk about psychotherapy as a toolbox approach. That is, there's a bunch of different tools from these different traditions, and you kind of mix and match depending on what works in an individual case. However, sometimes those exact same people who are promoting a toolbox approach will have seemingly substantive disagreements about the causal mechanisms that they're intervening upon and whether they're sufficiently well interpreted for the techniques. So one example is disagreements between proponents of CBT and psychodynamic therapy about whether the etiology of a thought is a difference maker for its emotional salience. We might also try to look at things maybe more operationally and just look at the techniques themselves. And we certainly do see a lot of overlap between different kinds of therapies. However, there are also differences here. Sometimes the same kind of therapeutic technique, such as challenging or reframing thoughts, can be thought of as a frontline treatment in some cases, or more of a backup in others. There can be different degrees of emphasis in terms of prioritization, or different degrees of prominence or detail that's provided. And you can also kind of get and I think this accounts for a large amount of the variance that you see is just people who are kind of raised in one therapeutic tradition who are kind of just unaware of techniques that are used in other traditions. So this leads to basically a gigantic mess or it's not really clear what exactly it means even to say that we want to employ a kind of multimodal approach. So most of what I'm going to talk about today is how various stakeholders or participants try to change the mess that they see into some sort of cleaned up product, whether that's in the form of published evidence, policy, or practice. The three in particular that I'm going to look at are scientists, policymakers, and patients. There are others such as therapists or healthcare professionals who I'm just not going to talk about here. And what I want to show is that in each of these cases, they are just taking slightly different messes and they are cleaning it up into slightly different products. Now, the hope is that all of these products align, that you have evidence that supports a policy and a policy that implements practice. But what I'm going to show is that there's a number of gaps that show up mostly as a result of styles of reasoning. And these gaps lead to disalignments between these, between the science part, the policy part, and the practice part. One of the things I had a hard time kind of visualizing here is the fact that these gaps are, by definition, the kind of things that we don't know anything about. And so actually coming up with a comparison about how they differ at the end is really, really difficult. And I'll talk a little bit more about that towards the end. So more specifically, the styles that I'm going to look at, the scientists often employ what Hacking and Crombie call the statistical laboratory style. I'm going to look at the taxonomic style of policymakers, and a style that I'm going to call, that's not on Hacking or Crombie's list, where I'm going to call an individualist style. And I'm going to show how these kind of styles manifest, are maintained, and kind of enabled by specific historical institutional structures. So let's look at the case in therapeutic research in particular. So the gold standard in psychotherapy research continues to be the randomized control trial. I'm not going to spend too much time kind of going through the methodology of that, as I'm sure many of you are already aware of at least a rough sense about how these kind of work. But I want to say a little bit about the historical and institutional forces that kind of make it appear in very specific ways in context of psychotherapy research. So obviously, researchers come in with a set of expectations or a set of explicit questions that they have in mind. Oftentimes, though not always, these are going to be tied to potential for regulatory approval. One thing that has come out recently is that the regulatory targets of these kind of studies tend to have a statement, a name associated with something like cognitive behavioral therapy. There's a rough and ready description about what exactly that means. But the way in which the researchers actually operationalize that concept in their research doesn't necessarily have to have a one-to-one mapping towards the regulatory target. So Hacking has this obsession with names, and it really does seem like there's only a little bit more than the name that these kind of researchers have to have in common in order for it to get approval. This gives scientists a wide latitude in terms of what kind of expectations or specific questions they want to ask. These also very much arise from their training, right? So kind of like Kuhn talked about, most researchers in psychotherapy are not trained by giving kind of a definition. They are rather trained on a set of texts, and those texts provide a number of exemplars of what are considered to be paradigm cases in a particular research area. This allows researchers to understand the research program that they're in slightly differently depending on their training. So all of these things can lead to various kinds of deviancies between expectations and regulatory targets, even when there might be actually subtly different concepts that are being employed. Right. One other thing that often acts as a discouragement or a discouraging of multimodal approaches is that there is most likely going to be a publication bias against multimodal therapy or studies on multimodal therapy. The reason for this is mostly that if you publish on multimodal, you're more likely to get reviewers who are coming from different therapeutic backgrounds. It tends to be way more difficult to convince people who are coming from these different traditions. So the much safer publication route is much more to just focus within a well-known tradition. Second is control methods that are employed. So I'm just giving some examples here. Multimodal approaches to control tend to be thought of as being kind of too complex. It's not always clear what exact control variables want to be brought in. So the result is, and this often requires more interdisciplinary research, which there are a number of obstacles against. So this makes it really hard to kind of design an RCT in a way that kind of respects multimodal practice. The third point is the statistical and methodological techniques that get used. So one, for example, is whether therapist effects are handled randomly or fixed. So most scientists, if they want to know, are there general trends about therapists and the efficacy of the treatment that they receive? There's these general questions about how they work. Scientists tend to cite other RCTs on these kinds of points. The data that kind of comes out of these RCTs are very different than the kinds of data that happen at internal evaluations in healthcare institutions that are kind of monitoring their own process. And there's a wide variety of reasons why that are. So even the kind of assumptions built into their techniques tend to build upon the stuff that they know, which is scientific research, rather than the actual practice that they're hoping to target. More systematically, one thing that has come up recently is this idea of what's called therapy contamination. Therapy contamination is a case where during the course of an experiment, the people who are providing the therapy accidentally or unintentionally or unknowingly introduce therapeutic techniques from other traditions. Some meta-studies have suggested that this is happening in upwards of 30% of labs that they kind of studied through post-hoc interviews and through filming in some cases. This is to be expected. Leakage in therapeutic techniques is very common, right? A lot of therapeutic techniques aren't even thought of as therapeutic techniques or therapeutic interventions. They're just common sense. Like if you're talking to somebody with general anxiety disorder, to be calm and to be compassionate, right? That is a therapeutic intervention. There's a whole theory kind of behind it. You know, a lot of these kind of interventions are happening, but people aren't really thinking about them as interventions, so they don't get consciously considered when they're analyzing the data. This makes it seem like what's happening in labs is actually, at least a decent amount of the time, much more multimodal than it kind of seems, which can make identification of causal links and data analysis much more tricky. Right, so that's talking a little bit about the laboratory kind of statistical style, and we see a little bit how it introduces some gaps or some wedges between how scientists are kind of doing things versus how people in other domains are doing things. So I want to look at the evidence-based policy idea that often comes up and this kind of taxonomic style of reasoning that they employ. So when constructing policy, the primary targets that you need to kind of have in place or in view mostly are programs, right? So you want to be able to say that you can build a program around a basic idea. That means you need to have certain people trained, certain people credentialed in specific ways, that there's certain infrastructure that can get leveraged. This often has to do with what kind of existing institutional or infrastructure there already is. And so the result is that whatever the modality is that's being implemented needs to have a corresponding program or set of programs. And designing these programs is really involved with all of these kind of social pragmatic kind of considerations. There's some research which I'm not super familiar with. Maybe John or Sharifa knows more about this stuff, but I've read at least 2 papers that are looking similar things at diagnostic criteria. So there are a lot of policy folk who want categories that are easily diagnosed or can be diagnosed by non-specialists, right? So things that are a little bit more symptom-based. And the result here is that there's a lot in which they're kind of trying to create, and the categories need to fit what they're able to create. There's also textbooks, right? So people in therapy who have homework assignments or reading tend to not read academic papers, they read textbooks. Those textbooks are designed, they're designed by academics, but by and large, they have a very different kind of target, different kinds of things that they want to choose to emphasize, or different kinds of things they want to include, disclude, how they want to frame things, because they're doing a very different kind of thing than this kind of research. The most important thing that comes up in policy considerations is accountability mechanisms. So any public policy, especially in democratic countries, needs to have people or institutions for whom they're accountable to. And often you need to be able to say that there's already somebody there who is accountable and somebody who has the relevant expertise, the relevant kind of domain specificity available kind of thing. So, and one other thing is that when designing programs, you basically always need to have a way of evaluating the program to know if it's going well. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later. So all of these things kind of need to come together when they're defining certain things, like we're going to offer training for therapists in CBT, or we're going to offer therapeutic treatment in CBT or something like that. So the way they operationalize the categories needs to account for this really wide variety of different kinds of things. So the odds are of this kind of coalescing around the same category that researchers are kind of engaged with is pretty low. And that kind of leads to a fairly substantive but unclear gap about how exactly an individual concept is being understood. Two other things that are kind of worth mentioning. One is citation practices in policy documents. So in policy documents, the goal is to aim for breadth, not depth. So the idea here is you want to kind of cite as much as possible by reputable researchers. And the result is when you're doing these massive literature reviews, is that you invariably simplify things. So despite the fact that they're coming up with tons of different categories in their taxonomy, having a number of different programs, there's a homogenization that tends to happen with this kind of practice, and that homogenization normally happens through keywords. So it again has to do more with names and co-occurrences of certain names. So there's actually more research going into trying to do this with AI now, and just based on like semantic kind of contextual understanding type stuff. So in these cases, the methodological pluralism that's pretty rampant in psychotherapy research tends to get kind of erased just by the citation practices that you get in a policy document. A second point is that publications tend to be valued much more than testimonies, despite the rise of positions in science advising. The reason is that you need to have something concrete to kind of point to. Peer-reviewed publications are trusted more than testimonies. Testimonies have their faults, but one thing that they do is they introduce heuristics or kind of tacit knowledge of researchers that are able to accommodate the methodological pluralism that's kind of abound in research. The more we switch to publications, the less that mechanism kind of is used to kind of guard against the reduction of diversity. The reason why these are very fixed features of policy is because the primary goal with public policy is to decrease possible critics. By increasing the amount of citations that you give, by increasing the number of publications that you give, you tend to, and you try to give positive cites towards these things, you decrease the possibility of people raising objections towards the policy afterwards. And normally for buy-in for policy, you only need a small number of stakeholders, but one very loud critic can sometimes be enough to defeat it, right? So these kind of practices are really deeply entrenched. They tend to favor more taxonomic approaches because the goal is trying to be conciliatory. The goal is trying to include everybody and to not include disagreements in literature or trying to take a stand on scientifically contentious issues. The third style of reasoning that I'm going to look at is in personal care. So this is looking at individuals. Individuals are primarily concerned about what works for me, what works for one specific person. So they're not interested generally in statistical regularities about how therapies affect populations. There's a number of things that go into this. One is values and priorities about what symptoms they prefer to focus on. A great deal of cultural sensitivity is involved with these kinds of things, especially because, when you're in psychotherapy, you're often dealing with people's thoughts or beliefs about things, and that can be a very delicate and kind of issue. So intervening on these things tends to be something that needs to be done in kind of a very safe and kind of cautious way. And what makes it difficult is, of course, that patients have a wide variety of different values and different priorities about what kinds of things they want to get out of their treatment. Oftentimes what we can see is contradictions between program evaluations, which are like the kind of forms that if you're receiving treatment, you fill out a form about your symptoms, and basically looking at how your numbers track over time, they can tell whether you're improving or not improving, whether their program is effective or ineffective. But what kind of gets on these measurement forms tends to be quite different than individual values, right? So to give one example, on the GAD-7 form, which is a common one for people receiving treatment for generalized anxiety disorder, there are, I'll just pick out kind of two questions, right? One is about your degree of suicidal ideation. Another one has to do with how fidgety you are. They are quantitatively ranked the exact same. Which means that if you proportionally are getting less fidgety more than you're becoming increasingly suicidal, then you're actually considered to be improving on the basis of the measurements that are getting actually fed into these institutions. So that's kind of a more glaring example, but you get much more subtle kind of variants that kind of come up all over the place. So the way of measuring what counts as success is something that there can be differences here. Personal care tends to be multimodal just by necessity. Most people pick up therapeutic techniques without knowing that they're therapeutic techniques in life. That's just a normal part of learning how to maintain one's emotions or learning how to maintain one's thinking. Typical ways of evaluating this involve introspection or bodily awareness, so more first person, sometimes called subjective approaches to evaluating whether treatment is working. I've seen some mixed studies about these general measures, right? About that healthcare institutions are kind of using these measurements about like how well is your anxiety doing or something like that. I've seen mixed studies about whether individual patients tend to internalize these general measures. So do you say like, okay, I don't feel like I'm getting better, but like the numbers say I'm getting better, so I trust the process. I've seen kind of mixed results on that point. So there might be some sort of making up people kind of thing going on there. And then the fourth is symptom management. Obviously, patients are not conducting brain scans on themselves. What they're doing is they're looking at symptoms that appear mostly in their kind of phenomenology and trying to manage those in one way or another. So there's possible looping effects that kind of show up here. I'm just for the sake of time, not really going to get into it. The reason I have a question mark is because it's not clear to me, at least, but maybe Sharifa knows a lot more about, well, surely she knows a lot more about this than I do, about whether there's kind of bidirectional influence, right? So whether patient experiences, values, and perspectives are the kinds of things that have institutional force to actually change categories. That's something I just don't know very much about. Right, so the summary here, you don't need to read all of this. Here is like a pile of different gaps that I've tried to point to, gaps that arise at the science policy interface or the policy patient interface, let alone from the science patient kind of interface. You don't need to read all of this. I just wanted to visually impress upon you just how much there are kind of, how many gaps that there are. And these gaps are, each individual one is not obviously insignificant. So with my basically no time left, I just want to make a very sweeping kind of claim with due caution, right? So the styles that are getting employed here rely on historical institutional forces. Each introduces important gaps in the science policy practice link. Existing attempts to address at least one of these gaps, there are plenty of them. So one is, for example, incorporating intent to treat analysis in RCTs. Most of these tend to try to treat individual kind of gaps without looking at broader institutional patterns and the styles of reasoning that kind of enable them to be what they are. So part of the problem with a lot of these attempts is how minimal their impact can be if they're not dealing with these gaps that are kind of coming up by scientists looking at things one way, policymakers looking at it another way, and patients looking at it another way. So there's a lot of gaps that at least partially come from their styles of reasoning, and as part of it, their historical institutional situatedness. And these provide pretty decently sized obstacles that these kind of individual kind of things don't seem to fully address. What these gaps mean is not that many public policies dealing with psychotherapy are just bad. A lot of them have definite value to them. But the value is limited. And because of these gaps, we don't know exactly what the limits are. And not knowing that more precise ability to evaluate programs is really important when there's tons of different policy ventures that we might kind of embark upon, right? So the margins are very narrow. So one radical way of just rethinking the entire process is something I've been calling the Hayekian solution that comes from Friedrich Hayek, which is, instead of looking at things in a very division of labor kind of way, where scientists do the science, policymakers make the policy, and then patients receive the treatment, is to really think about centralized networking features for local community initiatives who get public support, right? So my emphasis here is much more on dialogue and continued institutional channels that allow for styles of reasoning to kind of be interpenetrating with one another. So in this sense, I'm asking for much more than what hacking calls tolerance of these different styles of reasoning. I'm asking for them to come into contact with one another so that these gaps can be remediated. This might suggest being against the very idea of what sometimes gets called scientifically informed policy, which implies a demarcation criteria which says that what influences the policy, what should influence the policy, is the science, and science is this distinct institutional identity with its own norms that we want to trust. What I'm, in this very brief call, asking for something to just dissolve the enterprise of science altogether as something that becomes blended into and incorporated into broader kind of dialogues. And so science becomes kind of one voice amongst many in this kind of cases. That's it.
All right, thanks, Jamie. Questions for Jamie?
Hi. So
Go ahead, Sharifa.
you know what, John? You start.
Okay, you're echoing like crazy.
I know. I'm sorry. Is it better?
That's better.
God.
Yeah.
Why don't you ask
Jamie-
your question while I sort my internet?
Okay, yeah. So I don't know if you want to go back to the slide, but the slide about policy, I was just a bit unclear what the claim was being made about policy. So you're primarily critiquing kind of science-driven policy making, but I was kind of confused because I wasn't seeing any policies surrounding CBT. You're talking more at the kind of meta level. So maybe I just invite you to put it in more concrete terms, how these implications work out.
Yeah, so I think some of that was just having to move fast kind of thing. Yeah, so I think the concrete things that I'm mostly interested in are about specific programs, right? So programs can mean different things. They can sometimes mean training modules or kind of courses that are set up for healthcare practitioners, and sometimes even for individual patients. That's one kind of program. Another one is introducing specific course designs, right? So if you're getting a therapy, right, there's a design of that happened that was specifically validated or at least authorized by some kind of political body. So those are the primary kind of ones that I'm interested in, but you're right that public policy is a much more generic term, and at least in the paper I need to be more specific about that, because there's other things like health insurance and these kinds of things as well that at least at this point I just don't know very much about. So
Yeah, and there's
I'm
these
being quiet on them.
risk-based approaches, and I was thinking about like, well, what about like FDA for pharmaceuticals and these kinds of things? Obviously, that's not in the direct purview of what you're talking about. Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Sharifa?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Actually, I like kind of John preempted my question in a way because I think in a project like like first of all, I should start by saying I really like this kind of styles of reasoning kind of framework to talk about psychotherapy because it is really there are just so many different schools and it's not really clear. Even those who are trained in these particular schools are not aware of like what this is, especially like when you think about like the new generation. So we have a very like our psychiatry department here is simultaneously super reductionistic and like obsessed with genetics, and like there's like psychodynamic psychoanalytic training. And when I talk to residents, they don't even know like how all of those are like different styles of reasoning and stuff. So I think that's really like a good framework to kind of do this like meta kind of analysis. But I think one thing that I'm going to encourage you to do is to look at like, or like take some examples. I really like that you focus on CBT, for instance, because that's like the gold standard of psychotherapy in the sense that there's more research on like that it's effective and it's more evidence-based and so on and so forth. But like I also kind of would love it if you make it a little bit more concrete what you mean by policy, because for instance, like Canadian policies are wildly different from like American policies. And like even both countries like use a DSM framework and so on, or like maybe it's have similar insurance reimbursement profiles and so on. I think it would be really good to be like specific, and I think insurance actually might not be a bad metric to include in policy, because there are specific documents, there's a lot of paperwork, and that you can really like go kind of deep. Look at the kind of comparisons. And I think like your last move, right? Like science could, did you say dissolve, or what was the word that you used?
Dissolve was the metaphor, yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, I think that would be like, because I mean, I feel like it's at least in the context of the US, like science is really dissolved when it comes to psychotherapy. It's all dependent on like what the insurance covers, like, good or not. So those are the recommendations. But I have a question. So I don't know if you read much in like the evidence-based medicine like literature. So like your analyses are primarily focused on like evidence-based medicine, like or you take like RCTs as the like gold standard for evidence. And I think your comparison of like what the patients say or like what what individuals say, like kind of like seem like there's a contrast. But I think if you look at it from an evidence-based medicine perspective, Robin Bloom and one of her co-authors had this great article like providing an overview of like evidence hierarchy in evidence-based medicine, where RCTs are at the kind of top and like case studies or self-reports are at the bottom of that evidence hierarchy. And I think that might be another framework to like engage with, to talk about how these different styles of reasoning pan out, from the kind of patient's perspective versus from the more policy, science perspective and so on. So I guess maybe the question is like, have you looked into evidence-based medicine literature?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for the suggestions, both in terms of reading and the case study. So I agree with you. The reason I was a little bit unspecific with the policies, partially to do with just like the newness of the project, but partially because I haven't figured out what the boundaries exactly are of the kind of policies that I want to talk about yet. So like, I recognize that there's a lot of differences in different kinds of healthcare systems. Some of the ones, I didn't talk about them in the class, but the ones that I've been reading, and, there's osmosis kind of going on in these talks. I'm looking at the Canadian system, the UK system, the German system, the French system, and I'm seeing a lot of similarities. I'm seeing similarities across like different kinds of policies. and so I'm in this weird in between place where like I know it's not universal to like all kinds of public policy, but I'm also not sure like I want to go like and say it's really only relevant to like this particular study. So like I'm just in that place where I just don't know where.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate.
I think the way I would frame it is just say you're talking about treatment standards, right? There are policies about treatment standards, so there's policies about economic disparities, policy about patient rights. But I think, yeah, this is pretty squarely in treatment standards. So
Okay. So yeah, I do appreciate definitely the push to be concrete is deep in my bones. So that totally goes with me. The EBM stuff. I'm fairly new to this game. So I didn't know about the Robin Bloom and co-authored paper. So that's definitely something I'll if I can't find it, I'll track you down for it.
I'll put a link to it. Yeah.
It's with Borgensen, right? Kristen?
Yeah, exactly. Kristen
Yes.
Borgensen. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I guess like one of the things that I just in my very new stepping into this literature kind of naivety is there's a lot of kind of one of the things I guess I didn't like bring out a lot in the talk, but that I'm trying to push against is this very like siloed kind of approach that kind of happens. And like, you know, sometimes when hacking talks about like relativism and all that kind of stuff, it has this very siloed kind of like, okay, you do things this way, you do things that way. And pluralism is supposed to come in after the fact. That kind of like brings these together in interesting ways. And it seems like something like an evidence-based hierarchy is trying to do that. So, I mean, what I'm kind of trying to prod at is that there's a lot of the gaps that emerge from these different styles of reasoning are gaps that need to be filled, and they don't seem to be adequately addressed by anyone in particular. And in order to make sure that those gaps, like that's where I want to see more integration. Not in the sense of necessarily theoretical integration, because like, again, like that just gets, I tend to be, when I think about public policy, a little bit of an opponent of like, let's have these neat packages. I'm much more about like, let's just make sure that people are able to talk to each other who know certain kinds of things. I think that's just a much more fruitful way of thinking about policy. So, so in that kind of way, I'm thinking about like these boundaries that are kind of set up by different kinds of evidence or different kinds of styles of reasoning as things that stand in the way of optimal treatment. So a part of what I'm trying to do is trying to break down those barriers, but I'm still not exactly sure how that's going to go, obviously, without having a little bit more specificity in terms of the policies that I'm interested in. So I really appreciate these nudges. They're very helpful. Thank you.